Everybody, welcome. Just doing some last minute setups and all that jazz, doing the posts and everything. How are you guys? So, if you notice, my webcam's in a different spot. It's because I have actually seen a few people play this game, so I know where the options are for dialogue, which is like right where my webcam usually is. So I moved it so it's out of the way so you guys can see it. So I'll let blocks is the first few letters, the first word on this screen. But that's okay. So this is Slay the Princess. It is a indie horror choose your own adventure game that apparently all of the visuals are hand drawn, which is pretty cool, and it only has 2 voice actors. So it is intriguing. Like I said, I've seen people watch it, or I've seen people play it, and it's very, very interesting. So, without further ado, should we dive into the madness? Whatever horrors you may find in these dark spaces, have heart and see them through. There are no premature endings. There are no wrong decisions, says you. There are only fresh perspectives and new beginnings. This is a love story. Actually, hold on. I want to change something just for this. Capture cursor, because it has a unique cursor for it too. Ta-da! Oh, look at her. She looks so sad. Alright, let's see here. Preferences. We're gonna turn this down just a little bit. Keep that one at full. Okay, return. Alright, let us begin. New game. Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Oh.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Ooh, do auto, yes. Just auto. Just automatically go. You read it, then go here. Okay, here we go. The end of the world, what are you talking about? Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it? Can't someone else do this? Forget it, I'm not doing this. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Do I get some sort of reward for this? Okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Sweet, I've always wanted to off a monarch. Viva la revolution! Silently continue to the cabin, or turn around and leave. I'm gonna do this one. The end of the world, what are you talking
about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
This is actually kind of cool. I move the mouse around and things move a bit. Okay. But how can a princess locked away in a basement end the world? If you don't tell me why she's dangerous, I'm not going to kill her. Do you have any evidence to back this up? Have you considered that maybe the only reason... Okay, that one was the previous one. Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it? Can't someone else do it? Forget it, I'm not doing this. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Do I get some sort of reward? Look, I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her, and if she's as bad as you say she is, then maybe I'll slay her. But I'm not committing to anything until I've had the chance to meet her face to face. Okay, I'm sold. Let's get this over with. Oh, okay, thanks. There it is. And there's the Viva la Revolution. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. If you don't tell me why she's dangerous.
Not dangerous. She's just a princess. The danger comes if she gets out, which she will unless you do something about it.
So just keep her locked up then. Okay, what happens if she gets out? Then I want specifics. Do you have any evidence to back this up? And then all the others are the same. I'm gonna ask for evidence.
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
I don't know, I might have been hiking. I'm just going for a nice hike. And then this voice pops up and it's like, you slay the princess! Okay, what happens if she gets out then? I want specifics. We're gonna ask a lot of questions. Okay.
The more specifics you have, the harder it will be for you to do this very important job. She's a princess. People will listen to her, because listening to her is in their nature. And when they do, everything will come crashing down.
So she's a really bad monarch? Is that how she's going to end the world? Is by just being incompetent? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do this one.
I appreciate the mental exercise. We are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Okay, we have less dialogue options now. We went through all the questions. Okay. So basically, we have a princess locked up in the basement of a cabin. And he says if we don't kill her, it will be the end of the world. Because people listen to her, and if she gets out, she'll start talking, and people will listen. That sounds... okay. I'm gonna say this. I mean, consider that maybe I'm okay with the world.
Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those.
I have definitely not done evil runs in video games, okay? I'm not known as the Baroness of Bloodshed. I'm definitely not. I'm known as a very nice person. I am very good in video games. Just a perfect little angel. Can someone else do this? Forget it. I'm not doing this. Do I get some... okay. I'm gonna do this one. Look, I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her. And if she's as bad as you say she is, then maybe I'll slay her. But I'm not committing to anything until I've had the chance to meet her face to face.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, She could easily trap you in her web of lies, and the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out. Then each and every one of us is doomed. So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us.
You seem like a
You make
very
your way
nice
up the
person.
short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
We have a second voice. Alright, well, let's just proceed into the cabin, I guess.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Take the blade or go on. Okay, the plan is to talk to her first, right? But if it goes south, we'll probably need that blade on hand, so let's take it.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
The music stopped. The thing's just gone tense. Oh, I have a new cursor now. I'm holding the knife. Oh, I can't stab the window.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
I'm gonna move my screen. Nope, not that one. I don't want to move viewer attack. I want to move my webcam. There we go. Okay. It's because if she's gonna be in the top left, then, you know, I should be in a spot where you guys can actually read what she's saying. Okay. Hi, just checking in. It's just checking in. Just checking in.
It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
No one would forget
walk
about you.
downstairs and lock eyes with the princess.
Oh.
There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the
Okay,
basement.
we'll go here.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
I guess so. Maybe. What? No way! Why would you even think that? Okay, yeah, you got me. I'm here to slay you. Nuh-uh. I haven't decided yet. I'm just here to talk. I'm gonna do I haven't decided
How about
yet.
you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
I mean, that seems reasonable. We're gonna drop it and talk.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
She like
We'll
sick.
be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
I'm gonna pick her nose.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward. A relationship? Are you coming on to me? How would I get you out of here? I'm here because you're supposed to end the world. There's people out there who think you're going to end the world. What do you have to say about that? What's your name? How long have you been down here? Do you know why I'm here to kill you? I'm gonna do this one. There's people out there who think you're going to end the world. What do you have to say about that?
Don't just tell her that.
Yeah! Well, go straight to the point.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think.
You think,
I don't
or
remember
you
much
know?
about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
Just how long has she been down here?
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing.
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
Apparently when you talk, people listen to you. I was hoping you'd tell me. No, but I'm sure they have the reasons for keeping that information secret from me. No, and if I'm being honest, I'm more inclined to trust you than I'm inclined to trust them. I mean... Yeah...
Sooner or later, you'll understand that I have your best interests at heart. Hopefully sooner.
How sweet. Now be a pal and help me get out of here, would you? We could figure out how to deal with them after I'm free.
Slay the princess. Actually, I've changed my mind. I don't trust you. It's an option.
Fine. What do you want to know?
I still have questions. How long have you been down here?
Too long.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
Well, why don't you tell me how long she's been down here? What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
Well, I'm not getting a straight answer out of you either, narrator. How would I get you out of here? Yeah.
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her
Okay.
sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right? She is. I'm sure of it.
I want to know.
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
Okay, we've talked enough.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Slay the princess! I'm getting you out of here. I'm gonna keep you locked. I'm going to keep you locked way down here, at least for a bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do. That's very neutral. Let's examine the chains.
You have to.
Yes!
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Maybe.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Can't pick your nose for a bit. And if there isn't a key, do you have any ideas besides cutting you out? Maybe the key's still lying around here somewhere up there. And if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free. Yeah, let's do that.
I'll be here.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Oh no.
Is someone else here?
Try
You
the
try
door.
the door, but it's locked from the outside.
How dare you!
You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
I don't like you, narrator. Hey!
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
What if I don't want to? What if I want to do everything you're not telling me to do?
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I think it would have been easier
I
for
heard
you.
the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
What if I do? Oh, we can still slay her. We're gonna try and save her.
Against your
Oh,
better
gosh.
judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain. You cut into her flesh.
Oh my gosh.
The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet.
Dang.
She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Approach the locked
No,
door.
we won't have any of that.
Oh, I got
The
blood
stakes
on my
are
knife
too
now.
high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair,
Uh-oh.
your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
Well, if you could do that, why didn't you just do that from the get-go? Instead of having me be here. Oh, slay the princess, slay the princess. Warn her, warn
Stop
her.
that.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect.
Pick the nose, pick the nose.
Stop it! Stop resisting me. I am trying to get you out of here alive.
Oh my gosh. Slay, slay, slay. Oh wow. Resist.
The blade. Move the blade.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
I'm gonna have ingrown nails.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease. Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
I thought it was pretty good. The prisoner.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
We're back in the woods. Terrible sense of deja. Wait, hasn't this happened? Okay, but it died. What am I doing? Here for now. I'm playing stupid tricks.
I can assure you that you're not dead. And to answer your second question, you're here to slay the princess. I literally told you that a second ago.
Don't forget what he did to us the last time around. I wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth. There's got to be a way out of it. For us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying. I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way.
You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me.
Assume I'm telling you all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
The absolute irony. Well, that's one way to put it, I guess.
You really don't remember what happened last time, do you? You practically forced the princess to kill us.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like the sort of thing I'd do, which is honestly all the more reason for you to not buy into whatever self-delusions the three of you are crafting.
3 against 1, we have the majority, okay? It happened.
But this is a thought experiment, so I suppose I'll continue to give you the benefit of the doubt. If I did practically force the princess to kill you, it was probably for a good reason. Did you try and free her? Did you say something really mean to me? Because if I really did what you said I did, you probably deserved it. I'm a professional, after all.
Sure you are.
Yeah, I'm with the skeptic
I
on
believe your
this.
second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
Agreed.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would?
What a conveniently ambiguous group of things for her to ruin. For all we know, the princess left the cabin and never saw another soul.
Oh, how
Yeah,
I wish
true.
that were the case, but if the princess weren't a certain, inevitable threat to the world, the 4 of us wouldn't be here. And yet, here we are.
You're talking in circles.
True.
No, I'm talking in facts.
Well, then tell me straight what's going on. Let's talk about the princess.
Just be quick about it.
The only reason she was even able to kill me last time was because I let her, and all she did was slit my throat. How is she supposed to end the world? Who locked her in the basement? What is this place?
She
Well, let's
just
ask about that.
can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you.
You haven't given us an ounce of proof. You do know that, right?
What proof could you possibly ask for? Literally anything. Fine. Check your pockets.
Okay, what's in my pocket?
Put your hands in your pockets and pull out an envelope with the words, "The Evidence," written across the front.
How convenient that was in my pocket
Within,
the whole time.
you find a note in your handwriting. It reads, "The princess will end the world if you don't stop her. This is an immutable truth." That doesn't prove anything. How do we know you didn't just forge our handwriting? I wish I could tell you more, but there are some rules I have to follow for all our sakes. Please just trust that these rules are in place for a reason. I'm on your side. You mean you're on our side as long as we do what you tell us to?
Yeah.
Exactly. Because you not doing what I tell you to do means you're putting the world at risk. I think we've got everything out of him we're gonna get.
True. Okay, I'm gonna try this. We may have gotten everything, but let's try.
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
People locked her away. Why couldn't they slay her? Why is this falling on me?
I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special.
I'm
You're the
special?
only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps. But it's just the way things are.
A prophecy.
Oh, I didn't know we were special. Of course you're special. Why else would you be here?
Wow.
Yes, right. We're here because we're special. Look, you're annoyed that you're here. I get it. I'm also annoyed that I'm here. But we're all in this together, and we're dealing with a bit of a ticking clock right now, so please just get to the cabin.
He said I'm special, chat. I'm special. I'm gonna try this.
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to trust me here.
Okay.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
They're gonna be holding their breaths for a long time then. Turn around and like, bye!
A warning.
After all
Before you
that,
go.
just turn around and leave.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink. Did you just say wink out loud? No, I didn't. Wink. Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess.
I love the skeptic. Oh my gosh.
The interior of the cabin
Whoa.
is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison. The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall. This whole cabin is different than the last time. Approach the mirror. Take the blade. You didn't say anything.
Definitely not. Does the mirror not count as furniture of note to you? Because it should. There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. I think you know what we have to do.
Break the mirror? Why would you lie about that? What's the point? I want to look at myself. I want to see how handsome.
Let's not get caught up in vanity, but we should definitely take a closer look.
Whatever it is, he must not want us to know about it.
Wink.
Is this some sort of rehearsed bit? Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do?
Okay, let's see here. Oh yeah, let's talk about
Very
this.
different.
Let's talk about the cabin.
Yes, but why? Did he change it? Or did it change all on its own?
Good question.
Maybe it's a different cabin entirely.
Now isn't that a novel thought? Maybe you haven't actually been here before. I hope this means you'll finally drop your ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
I don't appreciate the
So focus
gaslighting
up.
going on here.
Don't get distracted by minor details.
Like the mirror. I'm gonna take the blade. Or take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone.
Let's approach the mirror. I want to look into
Walk up
this
to the
thing.
wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
Sure about that?
This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago.
And now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
Alright, back to the basement!
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Does she remember us?
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap.
So much for cutting her out of here.
Do you hear yourself right now? Cutting her out of here never should have been on the table.
Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
That was there last time too, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
was.
But
What
last
an
time only
interesting
one arm
development.
was chained.
Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
So she's aware. I'm not sure I need to do much of anything. Do you see how locked up she is? You'll leave her here, princess. Oh no, let's sit with her.
You step towards the princess,
She looks
but
so
she stops you before you
done.
get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
Agreed.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease.
I would like to note that this shackle here looks like her hand could probably go right through it. Like, look how much space is there. The problem is this one. So
You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
My intentions, what do you mean? I've been here before. Am I the only one who remembers that? What happened after I died last time? What would you have me do?
Yes.
Intentions, what do you
Your
mean?
intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here? There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, so I'm afraid my only way out is surgical removal.
That's why I brought the knife. However, you wouldn't
Is she
survive
forgetting
that.
about the shackle on her neck? Or does she think she'd survive a beheading? You're right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more reason not to trust her. Unless she really could survive.
True.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
Been here before. Am I the only one who remembers that? That's us.
Oh? Are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
I guess what you said back in the woods really was true. As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things. It's complicated things how, exactly? Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion. The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency. A contingency for what? For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck. Now hold on, if you knew this could happen, why didn't you believe us back in the woods? Why lay out all those hypotheticals? We didn't have to talk in circles. I needed you to believe this was your first time here, even if that wasn't the truth. I hoped if I pushed back hard enough I could cram this seeping mess back into the bottle. And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative. That's pathetic.
Very pathetic.
I never said I wasn't.
You're very pathetic.
Get it? It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that. Exactly, he gets it. You're lucky, so don't waste that luck by messing it up again. Alright? Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark? The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that. I won't. Fine, but you won't get another word from me on the matter. Yeah, sure. We'll see about that. Just give it a rest, this isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
I'm very prone to daydreaming. What happened after I died last time? How am I supposed to cut you out if you didn't notice your head is in a shackle? That other chain on the wall, who is it for? What would you have me do? Let's do what happened after I died last time.
Nothing happened. You died. I went upstairs. I couldn't leave. I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them. And now you're back.
Is that really all she knows? It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the dark than we are.
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something. I'm not.
I guess it's possible she really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us are stuck in this loop without any idea why or how.
How am I supposed to cut you out if you didn't... Okay, let's do that one. How am I supposed to cut you out?
No. Like I trust you to come any closer with that knife. All you're going to do is hand it to me and watch me work.
But she would have to cut her head off, right? She can't be suggesting that. She certainly seems confident. Maybe she knows something we don't.
Cut her throat.
Or maybe you should consider the most likely scenario. She's bluffing so she can disarm you.
Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us.
I
So,
think
what
she's
should we
planning on
do?
slitting her own throat.
I don't know. Just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons.
Although
Let
she's
me
kind of
help you.
already slit
We'll start
ours.
with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world. And she might use it to kill you.
That doesn't sound great. What about the pros?
There are none.
The pros are that we can't trust him, possibly even more than we can't trust her. Whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
So to the skeptic, we should probably just leave. Be neutral. Let's do that one.
So I guess this all comes down to which of us caves first. And it's not going to be me. I'm extremely patient.
It's probably better if we take action anyway. No use trying to wait her out. That's playing to her strengths.
I'm giving you a weapon. I can cut you out of here. I'm not giving you a weapon. Alright, Carpal, what should we do? Should we give her the weapon and have her cut herself out? We cut her out? Or we just slay her? Either way, this knife is gonna get used. So it's either we trust her and she uses the knife, or we cut her out. Or we could just leave. I forgot about the fourth option, is to just leave. I don't want to choose. This is a choose your own adventure, Carpal. Come on. Let's talk about the chain.
But you could always try it on.
Why would I
Maybe
do
it'll
that?
fit.
Look at the look she
hope
gave
I
me.
don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world.
Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna try and cut her out myself. If you want to leave, I'm going to be the one with the weapon. Deal with it. Okay, let's try and get her out on our
Do you
own.
think these chains take away my saying things? I said no.
Oh boy.
As you move towards the princess, she stands, her chains clinking as she wraps them around her fists.
Dang.
In an instant, they're around your neck, both of you dropping to the ground as she pulls them taut, bracing her body against yours as you struggle uselessly. The metal chains constrict around your windpipe as the princess heaves with a muscled intensity.
Drop the knife or you die.
What is she doing? We weren't trying to attack her.
I can see where she might have gotten the wrong idea. She doesn't have much agency here. Would we have trusted her if she walked up to us with a blade again, after what happened between us?
How many times did I warn you she's not to be trusted? But while strangulation can be very distracting, she's not armed, and you have your pristine blade. End her before she ends you.
Slay the princess or drop it. If we drop it, she might strangle us. It's Slay the Princess! We're doing it!
You steel your will and refuse to give in to the princess's demands, ignoring the stars dancing in your eyes and the screaming of your starved lungs. You strike. You fumble your first few attempts, only making surface-level scratches and gouges as your arm flails forward, barely able to obey you. But a single focused blow was all it took. Your blade pierces up through her ribs, slicing through flesh, striking her heart. The chains loosen. The darkness creeping in at the edges of your vision subsides.
None of this was ever very fair, was it? But I did kill you last time. I should have expected you might want some petty revenge. Unfortunately for you, that means you've dug your own grave. You can forget about me ever helping you
Oh
again,
no.
even if it damns us both.
And just like that, the princess is slain and the world is saved. Whenever you're ready, you can proceed to your reward.
My reward was a Steam
It was
achievement.
too easy.
It was not too easy. We almost died.
That's right. This was an incredibly difficult task, and you performed it admirably.
Oh,
Let's just get out of here. I don't like looking at her body. Plus, he said there'd be a reward. I'd appreciate a reward right about now.
that's right,
You
hero.
have the attention span of a fly. How are we supposed to unravel the mysteries of this place if you're so easily distracted by empty promises?
It's better to have a short attention span in a situation like this. There's no use dwelling on the past, especially when it's already set in stone. And especially when your promised reward is not, in fact, empty and is worth all the adversity you've been through to get here.
Fine. But if we're leaving, then we're taking the blade.
Pick the
I
nose.
feel exposed without it.
With your
I
work
didn't get
done,
choice
you
on
remove
that.
the blade from the princess's corpse and make your way back upstairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. You can think of it as sealing yourself off from an unpleasant chapter of your life. It's all uphill from here.
We slayed the princess.
Windows. Do you see that? We used to be able
Ooh.
to see the outside world from up here, but now it's just empty.
He makes a
The
point.
door. Check the door.
Yep. I'll listen to the skeptic.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away.
You don't have to act surprised. We could see this vast emptiness through the windows.
It's true.
But if everything's gone, does that mean we're not gonna get our reward?
This is your reward. An eternity of bliss, if you'll have it. And I suggest that you have it.
Okay.
I don't
This
think
is
we have a
what's best
choice
for
in the matter.
everyone. Trust me.
Like hell it is.
Ah! I'm with the skeptic on this one. This ain't a reward. I don't know, I'm pretty okay with this. I was kind of hoping we get a better ending for saving the world.
This isn't an ending. In fact, now that the princess has been slain, endings are a thing of the past. No, this is the beginning of eternity. Your reward, like I just told you. Time passes.
By being
You can't
stuck
be
in a
sure if it's
cabin with a
days or
corpse in the
months or
basement.
years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier.
Decades? No, it can't be decades. We can't go along with this. We can't let him win.
I'm a skeptic on this. Not corpse food. Yeah, Donner Party, let's go. Didn't you hear the narrator? I'm happy. We're happy. What do you suggest then? I don't want to die again. I didn't like dying last time. I'm going to accept my reward now. I don't know. I'm pretty happy. I'm going to accept my reward now. I'm gonna do
You
this.
still have a blade. Let's use it on ourselves and start over.
Ooh.
Suggesting you kill yourself. You shouldn't kill yourself when you have an eternity of bliss right in front of you.
This isn't bliss. This is nothingness. Okay, I'm happy. I'm gonna try this.
Great. Congratulations. You've earned it.
Uh-oh.
More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning.
He's just saying things.
The voice's protestations
do,
fall on
yeah.
deaf ears. Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure
Seducer.
existence.
Oh.
Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy. Forever.
We'd have to go down without the knife, probably. Look, the good ending! You did it! You saved everyone!
Stop all this nonsense.
You really don't want to be happy, do you?
You know what you have to do.
Really no other way because I don't want to use the blade on myself. I liked being happy. You really couldn't take it away. I love how Skeptic just totally went no. Alright, let's do... Okay, actually, let's
If it
see.
makes it easier for you, I can do it.
Ooh.
Let me have it.
Give the blade to the voice of the Skeptic. Let's give it to Skeptic.
Alright.
Even though he's a voice
I'll
in my
make this
head.
quick.
You goddamn spiteful bastard. Are you really going to turn down immortality itself just to make me lose?
Yes?
Why should it matter if we die at this point? Haven't you already gotten what you want?
I don't have to answer that.
That's all we needed to hear.
Yeah, fine. The little voice raises the pristine blade to your throat and cuts it open. You rapidly bleed out and then you die. You're a genocidal maniac, you know that, right?
Me and Skeptic are bros to the
We'll
end.
see about that.
Skeptic tells me to do something, I'll totally do it. Oh, chapter 3.
You're on a path in the woods. See, that wasn't so bad. And now we've got another chance to get to the bottom of things. Bit by bit, we're starting to unravel this place.
There are so many more threads to pull once you stop feeling.
Hi, Cold.
That's a little dark, buddy. You feeling okay?
I'm feeling nothing, and I like that just fine.
He's not wrong. Sentimentality won't help us here. We need scientific rigor.
So you've been here before. Of course you've been here before. What count is it this time? 2?
3.
It's our third. What gave it away?
Your open discussions.
The last time we were here, you were in full-blown denial about the possibility of us restarting. What changed? Have you just been pretending to forget?
I'm afraid not. Whatever other versions of me you've met in those other lifetimes were just that. Other versions of me. I just wish I'd been the first.
So you knew how all this worked. Why didn't you ever tell us? We could have used it to our advantage.
That's because there is no using it to your advantage. The more information you have, the harder it will be for you to succeed.
It's not like it was that difficult to slay her last time. She may have put up a fight, but her flesh is still softer than our blade. Dang. Now she's dead, and I doubt she'll be able to do much of anything from the grave.
You already slew her, and you survived.
Yes.
Then why, pray tell, are you here? Oh, I know that one. We killed ourselves.
Cold sounds so proud of himself.
Because you thought trying to stuff us away in a corner for eternity was a suitable reward.
Was it not? What better reward is there than eternal bliss? You should have been happy. We weren't. We were bored. You were bored. I was just unhappy. There were still answers that we needed to find. It was actually working. And you killed yourself. I can't believe it. You ruined everything. How does us dying ruin everything? What aren't you telling us? The world doesn't stay saved if you die. And if the world isn't saved, then that means she isn't dead. Oh,
Which means she's not going to help us.
that interesting? I assumed she'd just be a pile of old bones. But perhaps she's not. There's only one way to find out. We should go see her.
She said she's not going to help us. So if she's still alive, it's probably going to be another her or me situation. Oh, gosh. Okay, it's raining. It wasn't raining last time or the time before that. The whole path is different. We haven't talked enough about how different this place is. It wasn't different last time. What happens if we don't go to the cabin? Whatever happens next, it seems like all our answers are in the cabin. We might as well see this through. I'm done with this. Bye.
Yes.
It's
things
raining.
are different, aren't they? If this isn't the same path in the woods you're used to, that means that her influence is already spreading and you're running out of time. Influence? What's that supposed to mean? It means exactly what I said. Don't overthink it, or you run the risk of making your task so much more difficult than it has to be. And what is that supposed to mean? Forget I said anything. I've probably already made things worse, and I need to stop talking about this now before I definitely make things worse. Come on, tell us your secrets. Haven't we been through enough? Don't we deserve to know? No.
How
No reason
rude.
it will be raining. If there is, it doesn't matter. If a bit of rain is the best her influence can conjure, then we have nothing to worry about. A drenched corpse is still a corpse.
Oh my gosh. Chat, we found me in a video game. The voice of the cold. It's me in every game I play. I say that as, you know, I tried to save her the last 2 times and it backfired. What happens if we don't go to the cabin?
She'll find a way out eventually and the world will still end. The only way this resolves is if you find her and slay her before that happens. We already know he wants us to slay her. Anything he says is tainted by his motivations.
True.
Turn around and leave, go to the cabin. I'm fine with either. So long as we don't just do the same thing again. That would be boring.
Very boring. Alright, we're gonna go to the cabin again. We're gonna see this
I'm sure you've
through.
already heard my words of warning in one of your past lives. You've already managed to slay her once, just don't muck it up this time, alright?
Well, give me a good reward this
What
time.
we do is entirely up to us. And we have all those mysteries to unravel. Isn't that right? You aren't here to solve a mystery. You're here to save the world. That's
Well-
what you say. But how can we be sure?
True.
We can't be sure of anything except what's right in front of us. Okay, but we should care about the fate of the world. Why? Because we should. I don't know. It's important. Is it? Yes. I think. For all we know, the world you're talking about isn't even real. Of course it's
Is it
real.
though? Yeah.
Where do you think you are? Somewhere else? Maybe we are. This is horribly unproductive. The cabin and
your extremely important destiny await.
Proceed into the cabin.
The sooner you enter
Oh,
the cabin,
gosh.
you're struck by an overwhelming scent of decay, of mold
There's
and
something
death
right
and
there.
stagnant water. The once stately wooden building is bloated, its beams dripping with a black ooze of putrefaction, all but the exterior stone walls warped beyond recognition. It must have been beautiful once, but in its ruin, it is beyond repulsive. But you're not alone. You can feel something watching you. There is a figure, faintly outlined against the rotting wood of the wall. Is that her? It's like she isn't even there. See? We killed her. You're right. Maybe she doesn't reset like us. She certainly doesn't look the same as she did last time.
No.
Before you
Oh.
can make a move, the figure is gone, vanishing behind the door on the far side of the room.
I think she's a ghost.
The door at the end of the room, but there isn't a door. It's just that damn mirror again. Yes, the mirror that he can't see. The mirror? Is this some kind of joke? Did you all plan this out before dying? There is no mirror. There's the door to the basement, the table, and the pristine blade. Huh. That's strange. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade? Maybe it's gone because we've already killed her with it. But we had it with us when we died. And besides, everything else has reset. Why wouldn't the blade have reset too?
True.
Maybe it's because we've already explored that avenue. We've seen what happens when we slay her. Maybe this place has decided we don't need to try that again. I suppose it doesn't matter why the blade is gone, but you're going to have to find it if you're going to do this right. So why don't you march over to that door and make your way down to the basement?
I think Skeptic is onto something. But there's no door.
If this is anything like last time, the mirror will disappear as soon as we try and touch it. I'm sure the door is just behind it. You're clearly hallucinating, but I'd rather not get into it with you right now. The door to the basement is on the far side of the room, whether you can see it or not.
Alright, let's approach the mirror.
You make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You must think you're looking at that mirror you mentioned earlier, the one that doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open the door. It's still so hazy. We should try and clean it off. Yes, trying to touch it does seem to be the magic spell to get it out of our way. Maybe it won't disappear this time and we'll finally get a good look at ourselves. We should explore every option.
I want to see myself. I want to see how handsome I am. Wipe the mirror clean.
Reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. The handle is just a little to your right, and a little down.
Thank you, narrator.
Yeah, we can see it now. So much for our reflection. We didn't need to see ourselves anyway. I'm much more interested in seeing other things.
I wanted to
No
see
way left to go
myself.
but down.
I'm kind of a skeptic and cold on everything.
The door to the basement
Whoa.
grows open. The air is foul and wet, so thick that you can almost feel it settle onto your skin in layers
You're
of grime.
gorgeous. I bet too.
The stairs are coated with slimy algae, the wood rotted through in places, reeking of fetid vegetation. A wispy figure watches you from the bottom of the stairs, face veiled in shadows, legs submerged up to her shins in dark waters. There she is again. Barely. She's just an old memory. Your eyes lock for a brief moment, then she vanishes around the corner.
She looks kind of like those Victorian ghosts. You know what I'm talking about? Like the pictures people have of like ghosts in like Victorian clothes. She looks like those, like with the veil and everything. I don't know why, but they always have a veil. And they're not there. They don't consider him like a Victorian bride. It's just a Victorian ghost that always has a veil. I'm sorry about last time. Are we good? Is anyone there? I think we have a lot to talk about. I don't have a weapon. There wasn't anything upstairs for me when I got here. I'm sorry about last time. I think we have a lot to talk about.
No response.
Oh.
Do you think she's upset with us?
Yeah.
Don't like being here unarmed after what happened last time. I feel so exposed. She doesn't seem fully there. I'm not sure she's even capable of being upset. You aren't helping. Are you scared of a little ghost? What's she going to do? Look at us until we feel bad? She can look all she wants. It won't do anything.
Cold is a straight up psychopath. Proceed down the stairs.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A bloated body floating face down in slowly rising waters. Her wrist still bound to the wall by a heavy chain. This cell is a dark and isolated place, with not so much as a window to allow starlight to penetrate the gloom.
She's already dead. We didn't need to be it.
She's dead. She's not just dead. It looks like she's been rotting. So killing her does stick. Mostly. But if she's dead, then what are we supposed to do? She isn't dead. You clearly just believe she is. Her corpse is floating right in front of us. You can stop it with the mind games. If she's dead, then do we even have to do anything? How can she be a threat to the world like this? Your thoughts are cut short by the sound of a slamming door and a clicking lock.
Uh-oh.
You turn to see the shade of the princess staring down at you from the top of the stairs. So that's where the blade is. It's already in her heart. And yet she isn't dead. She is dead. Have you never heard of a ghost before? Oh, for the love of... Can we not waste time arguing over the semantics of what is and isn't dead? She is clearly conscious. She clearly just slammed the door on you, and she clearly has a weapon. Your pristine blade sticking out of her chest. This is extremely bad. Catastrophic, even. Yeah, dead or not, what are we supposed to do about her? Slaying, or destroying, if we want to be a little more death neutral, seems off the table. Yeah, this is tricky. But let's talk to her. See what kind of information she has that we don't. But she hasn't said anything. Are you sure she can talk like this?
Bold of you to come back here after what you did.
See, I have played enough Phasmophobia to know full well that a ghost can slam the door in your face. Okay? Why did you close the door? Let me out. Are you trying to kill me? What's wrong with you? I don't want this. I only killed you after you killed me first. We're even now. We don't need to do this again. Please, I'm begging you. I'll do anything. Just don't let me drown. This about last time. I'm sorry. Now can you let me out? I'm gonna do we're even. We're even now.
But she doesn't answer your question.
Oh, come on.
All she does is watch you in shadowed silence. Do you hear that trickling sound? The water's rising, isn't it?
Very slowly.
It is, and it's rising fast.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, that's interesting. We've never drowned before. I wonder how it'll feel. Bad, I bet. I don't think dying ever feels good. Yes, how astute. Dying is bad and you should avoid it. How about you stop trying to talk to her and do something instead?
Going to drown. What's wrong with you? Let's rush for the blade. She's probably locked the door. I don't know what the blade's gonna do, but maybe if we pull it out, she'll disappear. The door will unlock and we can get out.
The princess eyes you with a disaffected gaze as you rush up the stairs, but you don't make it past the first few steps. The door bursts open.
Oh no!
Crashing down towards you. You're swept up in the flood. Your head slams into the basement wall. You come to a moment later, suspended in darkness, disorientated, only aware of the surface of the water and the emptiness above.
She's cool
And
looking.
of course, the princess, hovering above you, watching in silence as you struggle to stay afloat in the icy depths. There's no way out. It's so dark and cold. I think our limbs are slowing down. How much longer can we do this? Just keep breathing. We'll figure this out. Or we won't. It doesn't matter either way.
Okay,
You don't have time
cold.
to figure anything out. Something cold and clammy wraps around your ankle.
Uh-oh.
You're dragged under, only able to take one last hopeful gulp of air before your head is plunged into the freezing depths. As you sink below the surface, you see it. Or rather, you see her. The body you found floating when you first arrived, its hand is locked around your ankle, the heavy chains pulling you both down into the unfeeling, suffocating nothingness. I get it.
Whoa.
We shouldn't
That
have
escalated
killed her.
quickly.
Just get it away from us, please. The past is the past. There's no changing it. There's nothing to fix. And there's not a lot we can do about the present either. Not unless we think like we should have been doing all along.
Look, I have feathers. Look, there's feathers down here.
But there is no thinking as you drown. You desperately try to pull yourself back to the surface again, and again, and again. Your icy limbs flailing desperately against the grip of her rotting corpse. And all the while her ghastly figure stares down at you, expressionless, as unfeeling as the weight around your ankle.
Your lungs filled with water, the same
Hey, I got an achievement.
blood. In the end, we're not so different.
What the? But your lungs don't fill, and both she and her bones are gone. Something has taken them away, and it's left something else in their place. There's a mirror.
She's gone.
Turn that back on.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her? Oh, there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we'd even go about looking for her. There it is, gone. I think I'm supposed to look at that mirror. Approach the mirror.
If there's even a her to find anymore.
True.
You're right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing. Don't bother looking for her. I'm sure it's just a waste of time.
The
It is.
narrative's gone.
Does that mean the world ended?
It must have. Do any of us know what the world ending is supposed to look like?
No narrator, apparently?
He was never going to outlast us. There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should.
You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back. Fear.
Ignore the cowards. You have to look.
Oh, cold. All right. As you wish, cold.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
Ignore him. The mirror never scared you before, or ignore him.
It's different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Ready, chat? We're about to see what we look like. Finally, we get to look in the mirror and see ourselves. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. I'm so excited. Here we go. I'm beautiful. It's you. You're gorgeous. Oh, no, now it's gone. You are alone in a place that's empty. It is quiet here. There's no cabin to proceed to, but I have no other options. You are at the cabin. It's on fire. Approach her.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
There's gonna be so many Halloween costumes of this princess, I bet you. Watch it. Come Halloween time, there's gonna be a lot of people dressed as her. What are you? Gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own. This one is guarded sorrow. She saw herself as alone, but in the end had the courage to share with another. She will make for a deep heart.
Yeah, she certainly shared it.
She has finally been heard.
She gained the courage to share, all right. What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
What do you think? Solitary lights, what do you mean?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
What do you think I am? I don't know what I am. What do you think I am?
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Deep. Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
True. Nah, you can keep her. She killed me twice. You can keep her. Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here? Do you know about the worlds beyond this place? Are you the princess? Do we know each other? Attack the entity! Are you what sent me to slay the princess?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Interesting. Do you know about the worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
But were you always the princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
Do we know each other?
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
Destroy your body. What happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Aren't you scared they'll find a way to kill you?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
How much will I forget?
Everything. Until we meet again.
How many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
Okay. And what if I don't let you do this to me? Yeah, what if I don't?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
I mean, at least she wants us to agree to it. I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
You're being semantics. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
Okay, we'll just do it.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
Okay. Everything goes dark and you die. Oh, we're back to chapter 1. Alright, should we try and seduce her this
You're
run?
on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a
The real
cabin.
Slay the Princess starts here.
And in the
Oh
basement
boy.
of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
No, you can skip previous scene dialogue by hitting tab on your keyboard and okay, on your control. Oh, look, it's a controller. Oh yeah, let's see the flirting. Let's go. Okay. They're just gonna silently continue to the cabin. Don't say a word.
You make your way up. the
We've
short
seen all
path
those
to the
before.
cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Alright, proceed into the cabin. Okay, so probably a pacifist run then.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Nope! We're gonna skip the blade. Pacifist run.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below.
Mm-hmm.
This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Maybe, but
Her
I didn't
voice
bring a
softly carries
knife.
up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice is different.
Hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Alright, I'm here to save you!
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever.
That,
Come
we're
downstairs.
gonna do a
I want
chat.
to see the face of my rescuer.
She called us her rescuer. It's like from
You
a
walk
fairy
down the
tale.
stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
I
Don't do
did
it.
not.
If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
I'll see what I can do.
You're only making this more difficult.
No.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing.
Not even
Walk
that.
up
She
to
has
the
such
chains
nicer
binding
eyes
the
this time.
princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
No.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Okay. Okay, and if there isn't a key, do you have any other ideas? I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key is still lying around here somewhere. There. And if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free. We gotta be proactive. This is like we're a hero in a fairy tale saving the damsel in distress, okay? And like in fairy tales, it's not a partnership, it's all on
Good
me.
luck.
Let's go.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement.
Oh,
The
come
door
on.
at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding
This
into
again,
place.
narrator, come on.
Is someone else here?
Alright, try the
You
door.
try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Dagnabbit. He did it again. He locked us in the basement again because we didn't do what he wanted.
You make your way to the bottom of
Jerk.
the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yeah.
There's a
Wait,
slight
idea.
panic rising in the princess's voice.
What if we
If we
used
could
her
just get out of
tiara?
these chains, I
and
know we
lock
could force our
pick
way
it.
out of here together.
Yeah, let's use your tiara and we'll lockpick it.
She barely
Or
hesitates
you could do
before
that.
raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her.
Or that.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Save the princess! I don't even have an option to slay her right now. It's just save.
Fine.
I'm here to rescue
Against
you!
your better judgment, you place the
Oh,
blade
look at
against
her.
the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh.
Hiya! Pick the
blade is
nose!
sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a
She is
sound through the
crazy.
whole
Oh my
ordeal.
gosh.
No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Although, you know, she was locked up for a really, really long time, so that would make anyone a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, you know? Just look at the story of the Donner Party. Okay, approach the locked door.
We won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world.
Oh no, he's doing it again.
I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
Uh-oh.
What are you doing?
Slay the princess, warn her. Okay, let's warn her. Because we're trying to save her.
Stop that.
Trying to get her to like us.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
You know.
The body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Like, she has shoes. If she had a heel on there, like, probably could have used that to break the chains or something. I don't know. We're gonna resist.
Move the blade.
No.
As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She has huge eyes.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands.
Well, probably still bleeding from her arm.
What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake.
No,
For
no.
her sake. Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture.
It
The
is.
two of you have literally doomed everyone.
Like, he is the
Whatever.
voice of the hero.
She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she?
Nope.
Apparently not. Though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, poor thing.
With one last thrust of the knife,
Poor
your legs
crazy
give out
princess.
beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears
So
carve rivulets
hot.
of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks.
Carful is turned on right now.
It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you.
Look at those big
As much as I
eyes.
prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The damsel. Throw poop.
You're on a path
Oh
in the
no.
woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
You gonna save that to
And in
throw it
the
at the
basement of
princess,
that
or you gonna
cabin
throw it at me?
Is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright. For now, I'm wise to your tricks.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We just met for the first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Yes, he didn't approve of us last
Oh,
time,
we
did
got a
he?
new
If
voice.
we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
Very sneaky.
Our beloved.
Uh-oh, Carpal, I think
Yes,
you have
you'll to be
competition.
very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works. We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek. What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
I love it. Okay. Let's assume I'm telling the truth that all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing
Those are two
anything?
very different questions, but fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to
I
get
just
you.
want to see what Smitten has to say about this.
Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me.
Mm-hmm.
You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
You were the one who did us in, villain. Well, not you in the literal sense, but you did everything you could to stop us from rescuing her. Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the entire world was at stake. No lone princess is worth that price. I beg to differ. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to take a deep breath and assume that whoever is making the decisions here has the common sense to ignore your protestations. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would?
She would never. She's a perfect angel that you cruelly imprisoned as part of some convoluted, dastardly scheme.
Oh my gosh, it's us this run.
I don't know how this premise could be any more simple. Princess bad, stop her, save everyone.
Straight to the cabin.
A warning before you go any
Yeah.
further.
Uh-huh.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
Probably.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Oh my gosh. Smitten is incredible.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Ah, my allergies are going nuts. Alright, you didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall. I want to see what Smitten has to say about it.
Because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. I'm sure the princess would tell us there was a mirror if she were up there. In which case she'd be lying to you because, again, there isn't a mirror.
How dare you gaslight us? What's the point? I want to see how it's
Great idea. We have to make sure we're looking our best before we save her.
We're on the same page.
We shouldn't waste time preening. If he is lying about the mirror, it might be important. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do?
Also, notice how the mirror is on the tapestry. Like, how does that work? Alright, let's approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror
You
clean.
reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Says you. I look
But
amazing.
it was there a second ago. And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
It's true. It must look perfect for the princess.
Very different. Is it? I can't say I was paying much attention to the scenery last time around.
No, you weren't.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. Stop letting yourself get distracted.
No, don't. We're not taking the blade. We're going down. This is the pacifist route. No weapons.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell.
Wow.
Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice, it's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already. I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
Says you.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and
look
lock
at
eyes with
her.
the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
She's got more detail on the dress, too.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment. You know she can't hear you, right? She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit. Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Oh my gosh.
Do you hear that? She said we're dashing. And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. The three of us. I was
Waiting for
highly
you to come
flattered by
back.
that.
I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, villain, and you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty. And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but
Nope.
what's done is done.
You ain't
What
the first,
matters
and you won't be
is
the
you have a
last.
chance to do it right this time. Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
Yes.
We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise.
Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
Oh my gosh. I think her chest area is bigger, and the dress is lower. Yeah, they're definitely going for the damsel in distress thing here. And it hurt a lot. Why did you do that? I didn't bring a knife. Do I have to cut you out again? I have to ask, did you end the world after you killed me back there? I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair.
Another version of me was pushed to such drastic action. It was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
That's because she's perfect.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
Spin is like those people that are like think they're so heavily in love with someone that they completely ignore all the red flags. Okay, let's just dive right into it. I didn't bring a knife. Do I have to cut you out
I'm
again?
okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Did we?
We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
What happened after I died?
You died, and now we're talking.
But before we start talking, did the world end?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
Sim.
That's a confession.
No, I don't want the world to end. I have no feelings one way or the other about the world ending. Honestly, the world sucks. People are a plague, and I hope you brought a slow and painful into that. Oh, this would upset the narrator so much.
I can't believe that the fate of the entire world has been left in the hands of a misanthrope.
Lucky for you, I did destroy the world. I destroyed all of it and made it awful for everyone.
I'd point out that she just admitted to obliterating the entire world, but I guess that wouldn't actually move you.
No, she is
Oh,
perfect.
it moves me. Whatever we do next, we should do our best to not let her out. But have you seen her angelic face? She should get a pass. She just wanted to make us happy.
So
By destroying the
true.
world.
Yes.
Apparently, yes.
Rescue the princess. It's the only option we have.
I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? I would if you had a weapon. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
I don't have to flirt. Smitten does it all for me.
I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed.
Yay!
Believe it. But I guess I have to. I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. Only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon. Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
Exactly, Smitten.
What do we do now?
He's got the right mindset. What do you want to do?
End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection. And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Oh no! Oh no! We're two girls playing that card. This is gonna go on forever. You can tell me what you want. There must be something.
I just want to make you happy.
Oh no.
She can't just want to make us happy. It makes sense
She
to me.
changed.
That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
There must be something you want.
I just want to make you happy.
Is she broken? What's going on? What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
What would make you
I just want to
happy?
make you happy.
This isn't right. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't right. I fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us. You don't have to act like it's a big deal.
Okay,
That sounds perfect.
oh gosh. She
Oh,
just suddenly snaps out
She's
of
back
it.
to normal.
Uh,
Oh, what are you talking about? Our angel has always been like this. Absolutely flawless.
Ignoring red flags.
Princess
So
takes
ignoring
your
the red
hand,
flags.
The last hopes of the entire world slipping through your fingers as they intertwine with hers.
We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending.
I like to think that you
Apparently
do,
not.
actually. Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it. I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with. You and the princess walk up the
Aww.
stairs hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this. And what happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks. That's a familiar move. Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Uh-oh.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
Yeah! We've rescued
She's
the
right.
princess.
It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love. Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her.
This is a Disney movie,
Of
okay?
course
That
you
means
will
nothing.
understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known.
Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice. I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Okay, do you think you can open it? I think we can open it if we try together. Let's work together. No, let's be a gentleman. We'll try and open the door.
Okay, yeah, you've got this.
You place your hand on the door.
And
And the lock clicks and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me?
Ha! I knew it. Your words are no match for the pure strength of our hearts, bound together as one.
You and the princess make your way upstairs and the blade.
And-
That's right. There's still a chance for you to do the right thing. Take the blade from the table and slay her before it's too late.
oh my gosh, it's take the blade and slay the princess. You're not doing that. Oh no. Nope, pacifist run. We're not
You're
doing it.
enjoying this, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're taking every opportunity you can to draw out the end of the world and make me suffer. I hate you.
Yep.
That's the way out. We're going to leave together, just like you wanted.
Yes,
Your
I suppose you
tiara
are
is
going to do
different,
that,
too.
aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin,
I just noticed that.
and then you step outside.
Our happy ending at last.
We did it. What should we do now?
Where did everything go? Where did he go?
Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
I'm cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
She's cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
Oh no! She's been taken. Smitten, what will he do now? You don't. What did I just witness? You witnessed the hands taking our princess.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
This is the end for you, but it's not the end for me. It's gonna be okay, just trust me, we've been here before. Of course you're scared.
What is
This
that
is
supposed
the
to
end
mean?
for you, but not for
Whatever
me.
awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now.
Do it then. End us all before I die of a broken heart.
Smitten, no! Bye, Smitten. I miss you already. You approach the mirror and gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've grown. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin once again. You are at the cabin. Oh, look, there she is.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you
Is
changed?
a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Everything you say feels like a riddle. Can you give me a single straight answer?
I'm sorry. Words are
What's the next one?
difficult
Ooh.
for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say.
Should we do a blood
If you
for
do
the
not
blood
like my
god run?
answers, then you need not ask me questions. The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
What does it feel like to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts
Murder.
in my nature,
Blood!
and there are familiarities that
Just
bind
immediately
everything
kill her
together.
on sight.
It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
When this is all done, do you know what you want to do?
With
Did she
every
figure that
gift
out
you
yet?
bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
You know that at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right?
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
That's true. When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
You've been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Thank you.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
What do you want me to bring you next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. Do not worry. There are no wrong answers. And every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart. Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
So you don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
Oh, you picked the wrong person to rely on for this. Alright, I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will
The
be.
vessels are a weave of emotion at odds with themselves, but they are only perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
If I am to be an ocean, you have given me enough to build a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. The task of finding my vessels is your burden to carry.
Alright, let's go back.
I await your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Everything goes dark and you die. She is so nice. Alright, back to chapter 1.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Yes.
You're here to slay her. If you don't,
Yes.
it will be the end of the world.
Alright, let's see here. Sweet, I've always wanted to offer Monarch. Viva la Revolution!
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. It's time to kill. I'm so excited to kill.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Indeed. Murder hobo time. We've been going from one extreme to the
The
other.
door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
We're gonna be stealth.
Don't
Gotta
let
be
it fool you.
stealth.
It's all part of the manipulation.
Don't talk to her. Just go down.
Good.
Don't say the
You're
word.
still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Oh, I've met you before. Steal your nerves and step forward.
You step forward.
Don't say a
The
word.
blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
She makes a point.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Yes, narrator. Slay the princess!
You lunge forward without a
Look
moment's
at the
hesitation.
fear.
You You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Psychopath run.
Oh. This is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
Ooh.
It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over?
Of course it is. She's
Yes,
dead.
Exactly. It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible? You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience. But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
Yeah, let's just leave.
You open the cabin door,
Oh no.
ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what
Of course
you find.
not.
Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest
He
stood mere
did it
minutes
again.
ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away. What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
I don't think so. I don't think I'm happy.
What's
Let me
done
out of
is
here.
done, and there's no going back now. This is what's best for everyone. Trust me.
Just not me.
Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier. Psst. Hey, we're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
Did you hear the narrator? I'm happy.
Are we really happy?
We're
Or is
happy.
he just telling us that we are?
I'm not happy, and I'm not just saying that because you're the last person I taught.
Good, because I have an idea to get us out of here. Though you're probably not going to like it. The blade. We can use the blade to get out of
Oh, we're
this.
doing this again.
I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero. He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end. Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare.
Oh, I dare. Wouldn't using the blade, kill us? Wouldn't we be
How
dead?
astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it. In a sense, we die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore? This place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever. I know this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work. That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
You better be right about this. I'll be pretty upset if we die. Over your weird hunch. Anything to get out of this. You're right. I didn't like that idea. I'm just going to stick around, do nothing. At least for the You better be right about
If we
this.
die, you can yell at me all you want. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate?
Now, hold on a
Fine.
second.
Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it.
Excellent.
You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die. The end. Nice knowing you.
Sounds so sincere about that. Hard. We can stab ourselves hard with
You're on a
that.
path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I'm getting a terrible sense of deja
Terrible
vu.
sense of deja vu. No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. That's fine.
Calda's
It
back!
wasn't very hard to kill her last time. We'll just do it again. Well, if for whatever reason you're going to insist that this has happened before, at least your heart's in the right place.
It's more than just deja vu, though. I'm pretty sure this whole thing literally just happened.
Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. Like I said, we've just met for the first time, you and I.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth.
Those are two very
Do this
different
again.
questions, but fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving.
We gotta know what
Let's
all
say
the
for a
voices have to
moment
say
that
to
this
these.
really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. Oh, we listened to you plenty. We slew the princess just like you asked us to, and then you locked us away in an empty void for eternity. So we slew ourselves too. Well, if you killed yourself, then you weren't listening to me, because I would never want you to do that. Believe it or not, I care about you. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We slew the princess, the world outside the cabin disappeared, we died, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? Had you failed to slay the princess, what would have happened to everyone in the place you left? It doesn't matter, because we didn't fail to slay her. And if she's really back, which I doubt, it'll be just as easy to do it again. But after that nasty trick you pulled on us, maybe she's not the only one around here in need of slaying. Just stay focused, will you?
Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. She won't be a problem.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is cold, a soft odor of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time. Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
You didn't say anything about the mirror.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. Who cares if there's a mirror? Let's just go into the basement and find her body so we can be done with this.
I care about whether I'm being lied to. I want to look at myself. I care I'm being lied
As do
to.
I. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
Mm-hmm. Let's take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago. And now it's gone. Let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly it's not even important enough to be acknowledged.
Into the basement. Let's go. Alright.
The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air. The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. The room below is silent. Nobody's here. Naturally. As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see. As you descend the final step, the form of
but
the
it's
princess
different.
comes into view. A
The head's over here
skeletal
last
body
time.
lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain. Okay, she's definitely dead. It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor.
Ooh. We got another ghost.
Two deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous skeletal grin. And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here? Ghost!
Yep.
Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
Oh, I'm sure you do. I didn't say a word to you and
The
just killed
princess
you.
drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you.
And she's gone.
Her touch
and
is
she's back.
cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your
Pick
skin.
the nose. Pick the nose.
So she has a body, and she's right there. That means we could kill her again,
The nose.
if we wanted to.
Slay the
Without
princess!
a moment's hesitation, you lash out with your blade. It's like you're slashing at air.
Oh, dang it.
No matter how many times you stab at her, no matter how many angles you strike from, all you manage to do is interrupt her form, the skin of your hand prickling with cold as it passes through, unable to find anything solid.
You're adorable when you're confused.
But I didn't say you could touch me.
Uh-oh.
Why are you even here? Just making sure you finish the job, or what?
What options do we have? Slay the princess harder. Don't say anything. Just slay the
Swing
princess harder.
Once more, and once more, your blade cuts through nothing as she disappears.
Dang it. Didn't work. Yes, really.
Her voice chides from elsewhere in the room. You whirl around, finding her hovering between you and the basement stairs, looking you over with grim disappointment. She draws in close.
Oh.
I was willing to let bygones be bygones, killer. I was willing to ignore everything you did to me so we could get out of here, together. All I ever wanted was to leave this place. All I ever wanted was to find a way back home. Wherever home is.
Her eyes turn from wells of sorrow to pits
Almost
of
got
wrath
out,
as
yep.
she stares into you.
I guess violence is the only language you speak.
Yep. We are the murder
Forces
hobos.
her hand into your chest, and then... Yeah? Nothing happens.
Are you sure about that? Something should have happened.
And yet it didn't. We're fine.
Just stare
You
at her.
can't be sure if you first hear or feel what happens next, but it is over before you can fully conceptualize what it is. A horrific splintering, the squelching of organs, the rending of tissue, an icy, numbing pain.
I'm done asking. The next time I see you, I'm taking everything I owed. Starting with your body. If you won't choose to give me my freedom, I'll just have to make you give it to me.
Uh-oh.
She's real now. If she's making us dead, we should return the favor.
Slay the princess. Slay the princess.
Swing your blade towards her briefly corporeal throat. It connects. A gash widens across her neck, glowing ectoplasm leaking from the wound.
Ooh, gross.
But it's too little.
No!
In her hand, you realize she clutches your still beating heart.
Oh my.
It thumps unsettlingly.
Did we get her?
Even if we didn't, we've given her something to remember.
That's one way of
See you
looking at it.
soon, killer.
I'm afraid you'll never know. As she crushes your precious organ in her hand, everything goes dark, and you die.
We tried to kill her that time. It didn't work. The Wraith. Oh no. She could have at least put a
You're
little
on a path in the wood, and here we go.
to tease it out. Right?
Slay her again. The deck's stacked, isn't
Whoa.
it? We kill her, we start again. She kills us as a goddamn ghost, we start again. I'm starting to think we're being run in circles just for the sake of it. Come on, let's not give in to all that misery just yet. There's got to be a way out of this. There's got to be a right answer. Yeah, and what if there isn't? Aren't you listening to me? What if all of this was rigged from the start? That's ridiculous. There'd be no point in all this if it was just some kind of cosmic busy work. I think that's exactly what it is. The powers that be seeing how many ways they can screw with us. Could be it's all some kind of sick joke to them. Wouldn't that get, I don't know, boring? Okay, so you've already been here. Twice even. Great. Then let me poke a few holes in your depressing little theory. Nobody here is screwing with you, and I can't imagine any scenario where you would have started over after slaying the princess. Well, we didn't have to start over. We killed ourselves. And why, pray tell, did you do
We
that?
killed ourselves.
Because you decided to foist an infinite tedium on us.
That doesn't sound like me. If I'd had everything my way, you would have effortlessly slain the princess, saved the world, and been given your happy ending.
The ending was the tedium. You locked us in a cabin and sent that cabin to an endless void, and then you told us we were happy.
Well, were you happy?
Obviously
Of course we
not.
weren't happy. That's why we killed ourselves. It was awful.
It was boring.
It was bullshit. So you killed yourself?
Yeah.
And then she killed us.
Even though she was already dead. This is all fake. Okay, let's try to get back on track. You're real. The princess is real. The world is real. The people in the world are real. And the danger she poses to all of them is also, quite unfortunately, real. Whatever you did the first time, it sounds like it almost worked. So how about you give it one last try? Because killing yourself seemed to undo all the good you almost managed to accomplish.
All this standing around and talking is boring. Let's at least do something. Maybe we'll kill her again. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll even free her.
Suck us up again.
I won't do that. I promise.
He's
Oh,
lying.
yeah, sure. That changes everything. I mean, he did promise.
That
We
means
believed him.
nothing. You're the same narrator we met on other loops. You are quick to accept that we've been
If I
here
had to
before.
make a wager, I'd say yes and no. That's a hedge, not a wager. I haven't met you, but you've clearly met me. It sounds to me like you're hopping between parallel realities, in which case the me you just met here is the same collection of experiences as the me you met at all of those other beginnings, but their continuity breaks the moment you say or do anything, in effect making them all separate. So, yes, I'm the same me, but ever since the moment we started talking, I'm different.
I'm not sure how we're supposed to kill him ourselves, but he's asking for it. Maybe there's some way she can take care of him for us.
They've clearly all been through some harrowing experiences. Don't let their baggage influence your decisions. You have the ability to see things clearly. I suggest you use it.
I think Cold is onto something. We've killed her and been killed by her, and neither of those things have gone well for us. If we're going to fall through this loop forever, eventually we're going to let her out. We might as well do it
You're
now.
making a dizzying amount of assumptions. Your perceived reality looping twice before does not mean it will continue to do so forever. Those little voices have already drawn attention to the fact that even the path is different. The world itself is at a tipping point. Know that there is always a choice. Even if you were stuck in an infinite loop, there's no reason to assume that the mere nature of the infinite would force you to make any specific choice. You do have free will, as much as things would be easier if you didn't, and you can just keep making the correct choice forever, never deviating. How convenient, everything always comes back to what you want us to do. I'm sick of him. Makes me want to end the world out of spite.
On second thought, let's not kill him. Let's throw him someplace that never ends. I'd like to see what that does to him.
Mm-hmm. What happens if we don't go to the cabin? That's another
She
option.
finds a way out on her own.
Ugh, of course she does.
So, standing around out here is the same as us letting her out.
Only we don't have to see her. That's got to be better, right? No, it's strictly worse. But she can't kill us out here. Why would staying out of killing distance be worse if she's getting out regardless? Because it's cowardly, for starters, and because the unknown is always worse than the known. But really, all you're doing right now is weighing two considerably bad options.
The only solution worth considering is slaying her, and whatever delusion is holding you back from doing that is just that, a delusion. If you already managed to end her in some other world, the only reason you'd be here is that you somehow managed to do it wrong. How are we supposed to decide on anything if you just keep coming up with new rules? Since when is there a wrong way to slay her?
It's got a point. Alright, let's proceed to the cabin.
You
Murder
continue
hobo
down the
time.
path towards the cabin.
Murder hobo time.
It isn't long before you're steps away from your destination. I don't think you need any words of warning. I think you know what's in there, and despite your protestations, I think you know what you need to do. The more he talks, the more I'm interested in setting her free. Whatever. You don't want to listen to me? Do it then. Let her out. See what I care. It sounds like somebody's about to crack.
Yep. Are you trying to use reverse psychology on me, or have you just given
There's
up?
obviously no point in trying to reason with you right now, especially with all these clowns offering up their useless advice. Honestly, it seems like the more I try and talk sense into you, the more single-minded they get about letting her out. So yes, I'm done trying to argue. Would you look at that? We won. Take it however you will.
We've broken the narrator. Who knew giving him exactly what he wants is what breaks him? The
interior
murder
of the cabin
hobo
is long
round.
and dark, a single narrow hallway stretching far into the distance. Curtains billow out from tall windows on either side, obscuring the path forward, fluttering helplessly as opposing gusts of wind rush into the building, clashing and joining and driving everything forward. The only furniture of note is... that's strange. What's strange? Is it the mirror? The mirror? No, there isn't a mirror. What's strange is that there isn't much of anything in here at all, aside from the curtains. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade? Great. Something else has been taken away from us. I suppose the only way to go is forward. So forward we will go. Blade or not, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Not really, no. Let's pretend there is a mirror at the end of the hallway, and that right now we can't see behind it. What's there? What's
If you're
behind
asking
it?
what's at the end of the hallway, it's the way to the basement. The way to the basement? Don't you mean door? No, I didn't say door, because there isn't a door, it's just an opening.
Interesting.
What are the odds she's waiting for us right behind it? If I were running a bullshit factory, it's what I'd do. Let me assure
She
you that
has
there's
a
nothing
point.
there. Nothing is going to jump out at you. Certainly not the princess. The princess is in the basement.
Are we gonna get our first jump scare?
He can't see the mirror. The knife is gone, defying his expectations. Who the hell is calling the shots here? Nobody is calling the shots. That's how reality works.
Approach the mirror.
You slowly make your way towards the gaping maw that awaits you. Your fraying nerves buzz with trepidation, the chill wind raising your hackles as it gently pushes you forward, towards the darkness at the end of the hallway. You can't shake the feeling that you're being watched.
Who's watching me?
You've always been watched. You're watching us right now. Sometimes the feeling is just stronger than others. I
I'm
feel
being
like
watched
you're trying
by
to put us on
you.
edge. We don't need all this anticipation. We just need this to be over.
The period is off.
You stop as you reach the end of the hallway, I presume in front of whatever mirror isn't actually there.
Wipe it clean.
Here we go. You reach your arm forward into the pitch black of the opening.
And it's gone.
Nothing. It's like this place read our mind just to mess with us.
Yep.
What you looking at, killer? Staring into the void? Thinking about what it'd be like to die again? I know exactly how you feel.
Oh boy.
Where is she?
Things
feel
just got
something long and
serious.
frigid coil around your ankle. Your heart skips a beat, standing in muted shock for one long, frozen moment. And then she, the princess, constricts. Your bones snap.
Uh-oh.
Icy pain radiates up from the break, a deep cold flooding your veins as your legs, numb with the shock of it, collapse, and you collapse with them.
That's not good.
You're met with the terrifying visage of the princess. Her hand grips your leg in a steel vice, her grin carved jagged from ear to ear.
Oh, look at my
crowded with
footies.
far too many long and crooked teeth.
My majestic
But
footies.
do you know how I feel? I gave you a path to forgiveness. I gave you a chance to make things right. I thought maybe you'd seen what you've done and feel remorseful. Maybe try to make it up to me. But no, you'd rather use that knife to keep making the same mistake over and over and over.
Mm-hmm. So you got rid of the knife?
Even after I ripped your heart out, you still cut me. And for what? I didn't go anywhere. You didn't banish me. I'm right back here with you. A little better, a little worse. Well, maybe a lot worse. So, here's how this is going to go. I'm going to take your body, and I'm going to walk it out of here.
But you broke my foot!
You get to watch me do it. Completely helpless. Just like you left me.
I say we let her do it. It's something different. Do we even have a choice? You always have a choice.
I have another foot. I could
Before,
kick
but
her in the
not now.
face.
There isn't a blade this time. Exactly. What choice is there if there isn't a blade? Well, unless you have any specific ideas, I think my vote's the only one that counts.
Look, we're even now. I killed you and then you killed me. Water under the bridge, right? I never wanted to hurt you. I don't even know how I got here. I'm a victim in all of this too, you know. When possessing me against my will, make you know better than me? You don't have to be evil. You don't have to do this. Do you need to take my body? Can't I just open the door for you? That's fine. I actually came here to free you. Let's do this one. The first thing we say to her.
The magnitude of hatred that sits between us. You've broken more trust than I thought I had. Oh, we're past the point of compromise. I'm taking your body, and there's nothing you can do to stop me.
Look at my majestic footies. They're so cool.
And you think that's even? How adorable. But I think you forgot about the part where you tried killing me again. If I were you, I would just want to get it over with. You lost your chance to call the shots. There's no going back to fix it now. You can either look on in horror or celebrate my freedom. But either way, you're about to become a passenger. Enough talking. We'll have plenty of time for chit-chat once this place is far behind us.
Mm-hmm.
You remain pinned to the floor of the
Whoa.
marble as the rest of the princess's body emerges. Her proportions all wrong, limbs bent and curling, moving in ways that defy your understanding. Her torso stretches until her face is practically touching yours, her neck
Let me
cracking
pick that
audibly
nose
as
for
she
ya.
twists to look at you from a fresh angle. Are you sure you can't do anything to help us? Can't you, like, manifest a rock right on top of her head? And crush you along with her? Not that I even can manifest a rock. Besides, I thought you all wanted to free the princess. Not like this. You don't even have a weapon, so I'm afraid you're out of luck, which unfortunately means that I, and the rest of the world, are out of luck too. And whose fault is it there isn't a weapon here?
Yeah.
Yours, I assume. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Whatever you did in those previous lives of yours, you really messed up. Are you seriously trying to blame this on us? Your vision fades as she tears
that was a
open
cool
the
shot.
membrane of your soul. You're awake. Eyes once again fixed on the long hallway, your vision swimming as the princess's command reverberates inside your skull. Her voice is all-encompassing. You feel wrong.
Dang. She's inside me, chat.
It's so cramped in here. Like there's some sort of growth trying to push us all out.
Oh gosh.
I know. You rise to your feet, though the pain in your ankle is blinding. Your body slumps against the wall, desperately leaning into it for support. There's another option, you know. Don't help either of them.
Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? Yeah, it's supposed to be the other way around.
That gap where the mirror was, I don't think it goes anywhere. Let's throw ourselves into the abyss.
Oh. One last chance to kill her?
Still slumped against the wall, trapped between the princess's overwhelming will and the blinding pain of your splintered ankle, takes an excruciating step towards the cabin door. The movement is stiff, your body reduced to a marionette, pulled reluctantly along by your strings.
It's not that bad. The pain feels good. I know you feel it too.
Here we go, chat. One more chance at killing her. Go into the abyss.
Of overwhelming willpower, you tear your body from the wall and hurl it towards the gaping abyss.
I won't let you do that.
Capillaries burst and muscle fibers tear as you and the princess struggle over the reins of your body. One foot planted firmly on the edge where the floor ends, and the nothing begins. It's unquestionable that her reserves are greater than yours, but fortunately for you, the distance you have to cover is far shorter. Enough is enough. I'm tired of us always losing. It's just a step away.
We got this. Come on, cheated. True.
You throw everything you have against her and manage, for one brief moment, to overpower the princess's hold on your body. But that moment was all you needed. Your foot slips a few inches, and you collapse forward, the darkness swallowing you whole.
We won!
Her thought slips through you, unheeded, as you fall, and fall, and fall. One end. But at least it's ours. An empire of frigid nothing. I don't think this qualifies as saving the world, but at least you didn't ruin it. What happens now? But I want to know what he thinks happens now.
Ooh.
And why is that? He's gone. But
Oh, that means the hands are coming. Oh, golly. Terminal velocity ceases and you feel a mass, a growth torn out of you. You and the princess look at each other for a short moment. She's cool looking. There comes the hands. We won! But you don't answer her before she's gone, and you feel a resistance underneath your feet once more. Memory returns.
she's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
It's going to be okay. We're going to try doing
But it feels
this.
so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. It's going to do something to us. I can feel it. You don't need to comfort them.
There's on the other side. It's going to be nice. It's the end for you, but not for me. I'll see you on the other side. It's going to be okay. I'll see you on the other side. It's going to be fine.
If you say so, we'll trust you. So, this is all going to work out. Whatever makes you happy.
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Gaze into the reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. Oh gosh, you've withered. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. Oh, Wraith Lady's gonna be there. Look at her. You are at the cabin.
I am
Oh,
a
look at
growing
her.
chorus of contradiction. A mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
So we've sent her 2 ghosts now. You can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
How can you stand to be a
As
contradiction?
easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit. Even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
How many times we go back, at least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse. Nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
If anything, it makes me like you more. I don't know what that says about me. No, not really. It all seems so distant as soon as I'm near you. I have no opinion one way or another on the matter. I just want it all to stop. Yes, you're torturing me and I hate it and I think I hate you. Oh, that one's mean. I'm gonna, if anything, it makes me like you more. I don't know what that says about me.
It says that your heart is gentle.
Oh, no.
That even in the darkness you are guided by compassion.
As I just did a murder hobo run? Are you sure my heart is guided by compassion? What do you think of this vessel?
This one is loneliness turned to seething. She could not find her strength in others, so she found it in herself.
You're so
She will
gentle.
make
Yeah.
a driven heart.
So
Do not
gentle.
mourn her. She isn't alone anymore.
Oh no, you can have her. She creeped me out. You know that at the end of Winston. Do you know what happens to the worlds we leave
My
behind?
perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Do you still not care what I bring you
I
next?
care about your gifts, but I have no preferences. You have your responsibilities, and I have mine.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
We will know when we near our destination.
Alright, I'm ready to go back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Everything goes dark and you die. And we're back to chapter 1. What's this run?
You're on a
Oh
path
gosh.
in the woods.
Should we
And
do
at
the
end of
runaway
that
run?
path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Alright, we've already talked about that. Turn around and leave.
Seriously? You're just going to
Kill
turn
the
around and leave?
narrator. I don't
You
think we
even know
can
you're
kill the narrator. We broke him during the murder hobo run. Nice. Yes, definitely. I definitely know where I'm
Somehow
going.
I doubt that, but fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange.
Oh,
this path
come on!
also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Okay, I'm going to the cabin. Turn around again. We're going again.
Really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you?
I'm not going in
It's
there.
remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've
I see
already outlined
ghosts
the
when I
stakes
go
of
in
the
there.
Situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Do you know how many times I've died? Good, maybe everyone should die. It's what they get for dumping me in the woods and asking me to kill
When I
someone
said
for them.
everyone, I meant everyone. That's a pretty large group to just condemn to death over a single princess. And, last I checked, you're part of everyone too. So if you think about it, walking up to that cabin and slaying her is really in your best interests as well.
No.
Fine. You turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
would
what
you
happens
look
if
at
we
that?
just
You're at the
never go
cabin
in
again.
there?
Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation
She'll
with the
escape if
princess.
Kill them times. Maybe she'll escape if you kill enough time. Yeah, maybe. There's no fighting this, is there? I have to go into the cabin, don't I? Oh yeah? Well, I guess I start walking in a different direction. Again, in fact, I'm going to just keep trekking through the wilderness till I find a way out of this
There's
place.
always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will.
Come on, princess, escape!
And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen.
What? Oh, there's a cabin there.
At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light.
Whoa.
In every
Oh gosh.
direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
Wait, what's going on?
But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just
Infinite
wander off into the
cabins.
forest in search of certain death.
Infinite princesses. Infinite world
You lose track of just
destruction.
how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Yay! Victory! Oh, chapter 2, The Stranger. I think she got out,
You're
chat.
on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the
Oh
basement
no,
of that
look at
cabin
that.
is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Kidding, she's actually into the world last time, didn't she? Don't say anything about the walls. Just I don't you
Prince, what on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience.
Oh, we have a
Entire
new
world
voice.
ending wasn't enough to get rid of us. I don't think there's much he can do other than object. I wonder what else we can do to ruin his day.
The troll has arrived.
If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
Proceed to the cabin. Yeah, again, I'm going to the cabin. Yup, okay. Head to the cabin. I'm not going to
You
say
know I can
that.
tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you.
Take the lie every time.
A warning before you go any further.
Jesus. What?
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it.
Yup.
Let's keep an open mind.
Oh no. We should do what the contrarian tells us to do. That's what we
Cabin
should do.
interior
Oh
is
no.
Wrong. A confusing
Whoa.
patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense. The only furniture of note is a plain
is
table,
cool.
its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway?
He has a point.
No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're
Oh,
dealing
even the
with.
back
You're
wall
dealing
changes.
with a princess. How many times do I have to
Swarm.
explain this incredibly simple and straightforward
Two.
premise?
3 layers, it looks like.
You can't just say that.
Not 4, I think the
when
brick has
everything
its
here
own
is so
layer.
wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Okay. You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
Ooh, we should look at ourselves. Wouldn't that be fun? You won't be looking at yourself because there isn't a mirror. There's the table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. You insisting it isn't there just makes me want to look at it even more.
I'm with Contrarian here. Why would you lie about that? What's the point? Break the mirror! I don't think we can break it.
Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? That you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
Okay. Here we go. Well, let's take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Okay, fine, you took the knife. But you really shouldn't hold it like that. How are we supposed to hold it? The other way, thumb at the bottom. It will look much cooler and more serious if we hold it with our thumb at the bottom. It really doesn't matter how you hold the blade, as long as you have it. Just make a choice.
Hold the blade the other way.
Switch your grip on the blade.
Congratulations. The cursor.
Yes! It was so much better! Okay, fine. You're right. This does look a lot better. It really doesn't matter. Just get on with it and deal with the princess already.
Okay, let's approach the mirror first.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin
I mean,
wall.
does that count as breaking
How
it?
do you know how ridiculous you look right now?
I tried to stab it, it didn't work.
But it was there a second ago. And now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
Alright, Carpool, should we throw the blade out the window or take it with us? Whatever's in there, do we want to kill it? Whatever's behind the door? And we're already holding it the way the Contrarian wants us to. Seems like it messed with narrator more to throw. Yeah, you're right. Let's do it. Let's troll the narrator.
Yes, do it. Seriously. You throw the blade at the window, glass showering the cabin as your weapon flies out into the night. I suppose you'll just have to deal with the princess without it. We'll be fine, don't worry about it. What's the worst that could happen? The world ends. Been there, done that. I'm not so sure. This place is already messing with my head. It would be much better if we had a weapon. What's done is done. Good luck, hero.
Thanks. Let's go into the basement.
The door to the basement creaks
Oh
open,
gosh.
revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down.
It's a
The air
Dr.
here has a
Seuss
sickening,
book.
almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
He said the thing.
Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you.
Oh, don't be such a baby.
I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon.
But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure.
And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success?
There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Oh, contrarian, you and I are gonna get along great. Okay, take the harsh stairs to the left, take the center staircase, or take the soft stairs to the right. What do you think, Carpal? Harsh stairs, center stairs, or soft stairs? Either way, we gotta take stairs. Hard? You wanna go hard? Okay, let's take the hard one.
You step to the left. The path is cruel against your feet, the impact of each step sending pulsing vibrations up your legs, until there's nothing left in them to feel. The air around you grows cold the further you progress. At first a barely noticeable drop, quickly evolving into a numbing cold. Your toes feel like blocks of ice, your breaths puff out in clouds of condensed vapor. You shudder against it as you continue down the stairway, losing yourself in the bone-deep chill. You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten. Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Are you just going to stand there?
What the hell was that? What happened to us?
I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways.
Yes.
The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here.
And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down.
You're here to... He's just being an ass. We remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was here. What's your name? Getting down here was weird, like I was pulled apart and put back together again. Do you know what happened to me? For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason. Do you know why you're here? You're apparently a threat to the world. I was sent here to slay you. let's just dive right into it. Narrator will love it.
And do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster?
Oh!
Everything you've heard about me is true, and I'm going to lay waste to everything, starting with you.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. Where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that?
Oh my
I don't like
gosh.
this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time? Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now. Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
Alright. Contrarian, you got it. What's your name?
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really. No, I don't need a name.
My name is whatever hushed whispers follow in the wake of my devastation.
I like that one.
I don't think what I'd do really matters, does it? I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. Besides,
You already know what I'm going to do.
Yep. You're gonna
Not a
destroy the
single real
world.
answer.
I
At least
don't know.
aside from
One of
this
them
blood
was...
and destruction. It's infuriating, isn't it? Whose buttons are there for us to press? Whose skin is there for us to get under? Not exactly how I'd put it, but I don't disagree. There must be something we can do. Asking questions just seems to make things worse. I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her.
Yep.
It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
I'm getting you out of here. Oh no, that was... Okay, okay, I'm getting you out of here. Try and free her. I don't know what you are, but I can't trust you. I can't trust anything here. Leave her in the basement. Regretfully think about that time you threw the plate out the window.
what? Like you need me to hold your hand and tell you everything's okay? You're not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here?
Come on, give me another one.
We're probably
Yes!
stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in. I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you? Oh, I thought they would send something better to deal with me. If the stairs managed to chew you up.
I will devour you.
There's more
And
of
what's
you
that
now.
supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin? I don't feel like I've gotten any bigger. It must be fear creeping into your heart.
You know you can't stop me.
I don't want to. You're the best one.
Not that there's much I can do while chained up like this, but I'm the only one down here. So if you need anything, I'll do my best.
There's 5 of them.
She fractures again.
I don't like where this is going.
Can we get a
Neither
6th
do I.
one?
Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? We'd always start by retrieving the blade. The one he made us throw out the window? I wasn't the one who threw it. Oh, come on.
Oh,
you
he's
told
throwing
to.
us under the
Don't
bus
try to
now.
pass the blame now that it's come back to bite us. Well, if I'd known we'd be dealing with this, maybe I wouldn't have been so hasty with my suggestions. This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. You can do this. But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her. Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
Alright, we have the one option that is everything.
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions.
Yes.
You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone. Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... we can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now.
Oh my.
No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all falls apart. I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
Nope.
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others, they just don't fit. They just don't fit. We can feel them moving around.
Oh gosh.
They don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this. How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
Apparently they
It's a
did.
little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
It's going to be Kay. I'll do my best. I don't think you're supposed to be fixed, though. You should start everything and say no. No. Just no. But you'll never know if she hears your reply. She's gone. Memory
She's gone.
return.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Alright. But it's not
is that
for
supposed to
me!
Whatever awful thing I felt before.
Look
is
out
getting
for number
so
one.
much worse now. He's just messing with us, right?
Nope. Bye, Contrarian. It was nice knowing you. Gaze into your reflection. As you reach forward, they're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've unraveled. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. Oh no. You're at the cabin. This is gonna be madness. Here we go.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet.
Oh
I'm
gosh.
curious to see what it means for us to know it.
Is now a bad time to mention that everything in this game is hand-drawn? Someone drew that. When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one?
No, their minds are empty, existent, but constantly shifting into something new. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
He does, and when I find him, you and I are finally going to have answers. He does, and when I find him, I'm going to kill him. He does, but you're going to keep that to yourself. When I find him, you and I will have answers.
Do not look to one who fears me for your truth. The only answers worth knowing are those we can find within ourselves.
Do you think there are people out there?
It doesn't matter if there are. People are frail and impermanent. You and I are the only things that interest me.
Alright, let's see here. Do you think anything is out there?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
That's true. Nothing is the absence of everything. Do you have thoughts on this vessel?
These ones are a contradiction. A winding kaleidoscope of paths and walls. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. They will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
Honestly, I'm excited for them to be off of my screen. Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken?
No. The point of awakening is to find out.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
One. Whatever you bring me next will be enough.
The final one.
And then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular. A final multitude.
This last time, is there anything you would like me to bring you? If this is last stage before your completion, then I'm not going back. I'm just going to stay here. I'm going to ask if
These
she has any
gifts are a
preferences.
conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
I'm sorry, this thread is very chaotic. Alright, let's go back.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Alright, one more path. There we go, guys.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Alright. Okay, thanks for telling me what to do.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Alright. Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
You know what? I'm gonna go without it. Going with it gives me the
door to the basement
ghosts.
creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below.
Let's see what happens.
This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's
Uh-oh.
hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Oh, I'm well aware. Duh! I'm here to save you! Oh, I can lie now. I'm here
Wait,
to
really?
save
You're here to
you!
rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever.
I see. You're trying to get her to lower her guard. It's a gamble, but it might work.
Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
Yeah. I'm here for you.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
Oh, look at her.
There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Nope, I did not.
You were lying when you said you were here to rescue her, but regardless of your intentions, breaking her out of those chains would be a big mistake. Don't even try it.
Contrarian has taught us to lie. I'll see what I can do. Let's examine the chains.
You're only making this more difficult.
I am the contrarian.
Thank
I'm
you.
playing everyone.
Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Nope.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You
We're
attempt
gonna
to
watch
make
her
your way
gnaw
out
her
of the
hand
basement,
off again.
But the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here?
This is kind of a route of just seeing what happens. Because we've done kind of the
You make your
extremes
way
of
to the
everything.
bottom of
So
the
it's kind of
stairs.
just seeing what
This
happens
would
if
have
we
been
bounce
so
between.
much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of
Here
here
we go,
together.
chat. Here she goes again.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through
Oh,
her limb
she's
with the
sweet, but a
determination of a trapped
psycho.
wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal.
Here we go.
It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Slay the princess!
Without hesitation, you bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back. Finally, the wound drives her to the ground.
Oh, different
Okay.
death animation.
There's no going back now. I'm with you to the end.
You bastard. Were you lying to me this whole time?
Yeah, pretty much.
The princess pushes away from you, the motion ripping the blade from her back. Wounded, but still alive, she crouches on all fours in the corner of the room and meets your eyes with the ferocity of a cornered predator.
You've made a terrible enemy, and there's nothing in the world that can possibly save you from me.
Ooh.
I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by us. It's an act. She's wounded and unarmed. There's nothing she can do to hurt you. I'm not so sure. Don't waver now. As you ready your blade to deliver a lethal blow, she lunges at your legs with the same animal ferocity she used to tear at her arm.
Oh my. Now her nails are
Your knife cuts
claw-like.
into her again and again as you're tackled to the ground, your body racked with pain as she rips into you with tooth and claw. Forget about trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got.
Yes, sir. Slay the
Though
princess!
your nerves are seizing with pain, you know you've done your fair share of damage as well, your blade having left deep gashes in the princess's back. You seize a moment of hesitation to throw her off of you and shakily push yourself back to your knees. We can still turn this around.
Give up, finish the job, run for the stairs and lock her in the basement. Maybe she'll bleed out. Ooh, we haven't done that.
The princess is still chained to the wall. There's nothing she can do to stop you from getting out of here. What if she doesn't succumb to her wounds? Whatever she is so much more dangerous than I thought she'd be. You rush up the stairs and dive past the threshold. You're safe. For now. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. She has an awful wound and we have all the time in the world. Playing jailkeeper for a while might make things a little easier. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door.
Mm-hmm. Then what happens?
It isn't long before you start to drift off.
Oh no.
Your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
Uh-oh.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out? It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
Uh-oh. Throw me all you want. All it does is ease my guilty conscience. Whatever you are, you're not a princess. Go ahead and waste your energy. I'll be waiting for you. Oh, it does disease it.
Threats. These are promises. Sooner or later, you're going to have to sleep. And I'll make sure you never see the light of day again.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
No, it doesn't.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
I don't know about you, but I don't think so.
And your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time, but we both know this is the end, don't we?
Yeah.
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Whoops. The nightmare.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Oh no. Oh, wait, hasn't this happened already?
Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. We've just met for the first time, you and I. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Shh. What if he hears us?
Oh no.
That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit. I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save, after all.
How many voices are there? Those
are two very different questions, but fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. Oh, we listened to you all right. Worst decision of our incredibly short life. We tried to slay her, we really did. But she was going to kill us. It was either lock her in the basement or let her finish tearing us to ribbons. Well then, congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right.
Oh, boy.
And your solution is to send us back in there. Do you want us to slay the princess, or do you want the princess to slay us? Obviously, I want you to slay her. One of you poses a threat to the world, and the other doesn't. Anyways, I believe your other question was something along the lines of, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We were killed by the princess, and now everyone's right back where they started. Sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Speak for yourself. From my perspective, there were plenty of consequences. I'm never going to forget the way she just made us stop working. And that's only scratching the surface. If what you said is true, it begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or have you found yourself in another world altogether? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? If she brought an end to everything and everyone, how are we supposed to stop her? What do you want from us? I want you to succeed. You'll find a way. You're the only one who can.
I don't think so. Alright, let's proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further.
Yeah?
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. I
Okay.
don't think lying and cheating is her thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least, she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away. It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone.
It's got a point. The only one we can trust is paranoid.
The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost
Uh-oh.
featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway.
Uh-oh.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time. It's just an empty frame. She's already got now, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
You didn't say anything about the mirror.
Right. I was so stuck on the eyes watching us that I didn't even notice it there.
Oh, there are eyes in the windows.
What are you two talking about? There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the floor, and the open doorway leading to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. We have to look at it. Unless that's what he wants us to do. And pretending it isn't there is a trick to get us to do exactly what he wants.
I want to see how handsome I
We
am.
shouldn't waste time preening. But if he is lying about the mirror, it might be important. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do? Maybe he's trying to keep us from looking because there's something horribly wrong with us.
You may be onto something, paranoid.
No, there isn't something horribly wrong with you. You look exactly how you're supposed to look. Now stop second-guessing my every
Exactly
word.
how am I supposed to look? Alright, we're going to approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the empty basement door frame. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad.
Yeah, you may be on something there.
Very different. He changed it, didn't he? It's like he's trying to make us doubt our reality. calm down. Maybe the three of you just think everything is different because you haven't been here before. Enough of this past life nonsense. You haven't died, you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
Okay. We're gonna take the blade.
You reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. Steel can't lie to us. Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Could we have a bomb? The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself. Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death.
Paranoid is onto something.
You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps suspended in darkness. More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes. The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Probably, yeah.
Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
How hard is it to throw a knife?
It can't be that hard. But then we'd lose our weapon. We'd have to make it count. Otherwise she'd be furious and we'd be defenseless. If a knife is even enough to do anything against something like her in the first place.
True.
It'll be enough.
I'm going to talk to her. We don't need a plan. I'm just going to kill her. Mr. Narrator seems to think I can do it. I don't know why you're all being such pessimists right now. Oh, step up into the void.
You attempt to step off the stairs and into the pitch black surrounding them, but you're stopped by an invisible force. Why did you do that? What did you think would happen?
I'm just curious. I don't know. Falling into an infinite void seems better than going downstairs and dying.
Would falling into an infinite void be better than anything? You make your way to the bottom of the stairs.
There it is, so done with us.
As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right. She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed. Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you. Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement. We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again. Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Okay. Go left, go right, do not go back the way you came. I'm gonna go right.
You turn to the right. A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you are.
Dagnabbit.
I told you I was going to find you.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
And you brought a little knife with you.
Cute.
There has to be a way out of this. Think. Think!
What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
As your blood begins to coagulate, it's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. Nerves.
What are you doing?
I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... The then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death.
Uh-oh.
Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again.
You sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left.
Yes, I'm sure.
Heart, lungs, liver. Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you?
Heart, lungs,
Oh my
Well,
gosh.
standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead. Even if you look ridiculous.
nerves,
She isn't attacking us.
lungs.
Why?
The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. Nerves. Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
Now, once you finish me off, what good am I to you alive? What do you want from me? What happened after you killed me last time?
I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me. So I started to drag your body out with me, and then... Well, you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here, and now you're here too. I don't think I can leave without you, and dead doesn't count. And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I want to leave.
Is there a Slay the Princess option? Slay the Princess! Oh, there's a leave together option. Slay the Princess!
It's already worn by travel, and has been seen by one of my many eyes. You cannot walk it again. Change your course.
Oh, I can't kill her. Slay the Princess isn't an option on here. Oh. Okay, let's get out of here. Leave together?
What? No!
Yeah!
I knew you'd come around. Oh, this is going to be so wonderful.
No, I'm not going to let this happen. Before you can utter another word, your body stops moving, and, Do you think you can just wrest control away from us? This body's barely functioning as it is. Doesn't the world end if we fail to stop her? Won't letting us die here just make it end faster? Shit. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves. With a flick of the princess's wrist, the stairs slide back into place. I can't believe you're making me watch you damn everyone to torment and oblivion.
Yep.
Liver, nerves, heart,
Go ahead. I'll be right behind you.
lungs, liver, nerves. I don't trust having our back to her.
Yeah.
You're not wrong, but maybe you should let me handle the feedback. Just focus on keeping us alive. Right.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
Besides, I get the feeling she's telling the truth. She needs us alive.
Nerves, heart,
How about you go first?
What? Are you scared of turning your back to me? You don't have to be worried that I'm going to do something bad. You're too important to me now.
True.
Besides, what if I lost track of you and trapped the stairs on accident? I wouldn't want that to happen. And I don't think you'd want that to happen either. So go on. Go ahead.
She urges you forward, like one might a reluctant pet.
Okay.
You place a shaky foot on the first step and begin your ascent from the basement. You can feel the static prickling of the princess on your neck,
Uh-oh.
your limbs buzzing with pins and needles. An uncomfortable and constant reminder that you exist, and that your existence is so very precarious.
You're almost there.
The only thing left between you and the cabin is the now shut door to the basement. It would be a real shame if it had locked behind you.
No, it would have, yeah.
Oh, you snake. There wasn't even a door when we first got here. The door was from last time. I told you we shouldn't trust him. I know he's messing with us, but you can't lose your cool. We need you right now. Remember? Yes, I remember. Of course I remember. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. This is so frustrating. Heart, lungs,
Hang in there,
liver,
buddy.
Nerves. Thank you. And you? You'd really rather us die down here than let her out? Of course I would. As much as I want you to have a happy ending, the fate of the world is a little more important, and you still have a weapon. You can still make this right.
Explore. I think the door is locked.
You haven't even tried it. It'll open. You just have to give it a tug.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You pull against the door. The lock gently clicks open in response to your effort, and the door creaks on its hinges. This isn't right. That's not even the way it's supposed to swing. It's supposed to swing out. You're not nearly as powerful as you'd have us think, are you?
Okay, I'm back. What run is this? This is the paranoid run, apparently.
Anyways, like he said, you're not really in control here.
We
are you?
tried locking her in the
I never
basement.
said I was. If I
She
was in
killed
control
us.
here, why would I need you to slay her? I don't know.
This is
Secret
chapter
reasons?
2.
The door is open. What are you dawdling for? It's time for us to go. The world is waiting.
The princess moves past you and into the cabin. This is it. This is your final moment to make things right.
When I left, it
Kill
was run
her.
3. Yeah, this
I thought you
is
wanted
run
us to
5.
Slay her.
This is the last one.
It's the same thing. Do it. Do it now. Do it now, or everything is over.
And not entirely,
Okay,
because there's
what do we
so
do?
many routes.
I said, what do we do?
Yeah, this is the last vessel we need to get.
Oh, do you want
But
to
there's
hear
so many routes that's like, we'll probably play this again another
Yes.
time.
Well, I thought you needed me to run the autonomic nervous system. We do, but this is important. Look, I'll even do it
Oh,
myself.
no.
Just tell us who to trust.
Here we go.
Brain, heart. Right, heart. Lungs.
You're so bad at this.
Nerves. Okay, thanks. I got it. Heart, lungs, liver. You're terrible at this.
You're so
I know.
bad.
I'm doing my best. Yes, it's very hard to stay focused on running things when other people are talking to you, isn't it?
What are you doing?
Heart, lungs,
Come on, Hero, you can do it.
Finally, I can talk. Now, what were you asking me? Running everything kind of feels like popping in and out of consciousness. It's easy to lose track of things. They were asking you for your blessing to trust me. Oh, that's right, yeah. Fuck this guy. Trust him. Really? So you'd have them trust her? Oh, of course not. Can't trust anybody here but ourselves, but I guess that leaves us back where we started, doesn't it? I suppose if I had to make a choice, I'd pick the one that doesn't make our organs shut down. Thank you for your gracious show of support. But that's a marginal preference. We'll have to deal with him later. I'd just rather deal with him while our organs are intact. Whatever. You heard what he had to say. So whether you trust me or not, killing her is still the best, nay, the only option you have worth taking.
I tried, but she wouldn't let me.
Let me take over again.
Lungs.
Finally, that
The
was
hands
awful. I really
lady
don't
wouldn't
know
let
how
me
you
do it.
Heart. Lungs.
There goes paranoid again.
You've been standing there staring blankly for a while now. And I have to say my patience is running a little thin. So don't make a lady wait any longer, okay?
Liver.
Open the door.
Liver.
It's the only option we got. Leave the cabin.
The doorknob twists in your hand, revealing the forested path beyond the cabin. You bastard. You've actually done it. You've actually doomed every heart.
It's so beautiful. I can't wait to ruin it. But it's so cold, too.
Oh no.
It's
Hands lady is
itching
coming.
against my skin.
The princess, exhausted, slumps to the ground.
Why is it so cold?
You do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns. So, back to the mirror.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Hands lady is now complete.
Mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Alrighty. This is the end for you, but it's not the end for me. Goodbye,
What is
paranoia.
that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now. Can't even trust ourselves.
Oh. Bye, paranoia. You approach the mirror for the final time. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward, they're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You are nothing at all. Oh no. But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze, and then you see it, a figure faint and veiled in shadow just beyond the reflection. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
Oh no! The crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. And then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. So the narrator is a bird? So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you. What are you? Are you something like me? If you're not me, then what are you? I have so many questions for you. Does it hurt when pieces of me break off like that? I'm sorry, I don't want to destroy you. Will it help if I look away or stop asking questions? There are so many questions. There's even one that's just destroy the mirror. So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever
The
get to see you.
narrator. Yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all. An objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
What are you? Are you something
I'm
like
nothing
me?
like you. I'm an echo, likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
We only have so many questions to ask. Okay. Others like you, you've said something like that before. Has every narrator really been different?
Of course. That is by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Any time you failed, any time you thought yourself dead, It would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon, and then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
Okay. Do you have anything to say for yourself for all of this hubris? After everything you've done to us, do you think anyone deserves to live? If someone does, it hurt when. Are you a part of me, or are you something so? So you do know about the looping. So many of the times I met you, you denied it as even being possible, being a possibility. Why did you lie to me?
The version of me you talked to was just that, a version of me. It wasn't me. As to why they lied, perhaps they thought that admitting to it would have pushed you to certain realizations that would have made finishing your task impossible. Maybe they were just in denial. I'm sure many of them were convinced that they had to be the first version of them you'd encountered. Anything else would have been too existentially unpleasant. For all I know, each of those other versions of me could have had entirely different understandings of how this construct works. Who's to say which of them were right and which of them were wrong, really? Except for me, I can tell you for a fact that I'm right.
No, of course you think you are. I think it's more like a dog. Because it's like right here, it's not beak-like, but you can see like there's teeth there. So I don't think he's a bird. I think he might be like a dog or something. Because it's got teeth and fur there. So I think that's a snout, not a beak. What is the princess? Did you make her too?
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. This isn't the end just yet. You can still destroy her and save everyone. You were made to do this single task, and you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
I don't care if it hurts you. Every time I ask you something, it's like a pizza. I'm sorry, I don't want to. Why couldn't you have told me all of this from the start? I would have helped you destroy her.
You actually knew what she was from the start if you knew her capabilities. A single intrusive thought could have instantly ended the entire world.
What do you think a single intrusive one?
She can become whatever people perceive her to be. That's easy. I'll just will her into something really small. But wait, what if I accidentally will her into something that ends the world? Oh no, what if just thinking that?
But you wouldn't have finished your hypothetical thought because she would have already destroyed the world. Luckily for you, as you are now, you won't be able to will her into anything. You don't work the way a living being does. Not anymore.
Not anymore. Okay. Why would you want me to destroy the concept of transformation?
Because among other things, she is death itself. To rid the world of suffering, to save untold trillions from being lost forever to the cosmic wind, she must be destroyed.
If I destroy her, how is that existence any better than death, or even different from death at all? Honestly, it feels worse.
When I broke the cycle, I made sure that the tear was rough. You carry a part of what should be her, and she carries a part of what should be you. Things won't be as they are now, but they won't be nothing. either. Besides, anything is better than oblivion. In the end, nobody wants to leave.
Alright, we got 2 more questions, it looks like, unless these are like tiny pieces that give us more. You're delusional. If I destroy her, won't I be alone?
But it will all be worth it.
To you, maybe? Run out of questions. Achievement, asking way too many questions. Rest easy, I'm going to destroy her. I think you're out of time. I'm not going to slay her, and I want you to know that before you die for good. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. I still have to see what she thinks about all of this. Oh, no, his final moments. I'm not going to slay her, and I want you to know that before you die.
Well, there's no reasoning with a god. Even one you've woven into existence yourself. I've said my piece, and my time is up. It's like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away.
Yeah, that they do. Bye! As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. You are the Long Quiet, a vast and nascent god, and it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Proceed to the cabin one last time. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. We did it! We brought her nothing. Uh-oh.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long.
Carpal, there's a
and my
lot of
heart
naked
has
women on the
ached for this
screen.
moment. I've missed you dearly.
I've missed you too. Do you know about the echo? Did you hear a conversation? I'm the Long Quiet, but I don't really know what that means. I've missed you too. She unfurls an endless cascade of smiles in response, and then patiently waits for you to continue. Ah. Do you know about the echo?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
4.9k sweet points. Oh boy. I'm the Long Quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their
Welcome,
attempts to
Craft.
capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
So many stories we've left unfinished. Can we really just leave? Don't you have a say in all of this? Why is this all falling on me? To talk this through, I still have so many questions and I need answers before I can make a choice. If I let you out, an entire world ends for good. I can't do that. Let's see here. Let's talk this through. I have a lot of questions.
My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp at things that are beyond their reach. And you cannot rationalize that which defies logic.
Oh, okay.
But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
Oh boy, here we go.
It pretends to protect us from loss, to fear death protects from losing a body. To fear ruin protects from losing status. To fear rejection protects from being known. But losing a body is contained within having a body. Losing status is contained within having status. Being known is contained within being conscious. It is in the nature of all things to transform, to go from known to hidden to known again. But when the ceaseless impermanence of all things strips away the finality of endings, what remains of fear? Is it a shelter protecting you from itself? Or is it a shelter protecting itself from you? You took fear by the hand and walked with it into the unknown, and through that, you feared nothing.
I don't know. I think Paranoid was pretty afraid of you. Address this vessel's statement directly. Appeal to your shared humanity. You speak about life and death and change and stagnation. But that doesn't. But that isn't what any of us has been about. You've done nothing but lecture me since the minute I got here. You act as though the world can't exist without you, but I've existed without you. Life and death and change and stagnation, but that isn't what any of this has been about.
Oh, is it not? Perhaps you can enlighten me.
More hands!
There is no beginning to them, and there is no end.
And there
Oh my
is no
gosh.
end.
Flood of
There is only the
In
flood
every
of
moment you hold
bodies.
every possible
Every
sensation at
moment
once,
you
and
hold
then you
every
hold them all
possible
again.
sensation at once.
Hold them all
And
again.
then you hold them all again.
They're talking again. Oh, they're back.
You reflected it back at me. For a brief moment, both of us were everything.
Yup. You certainly were everything.
Everything again. We can weave a beautiful and endless song.
You'll do your share. This has always just been about us. Two people forced to hurt each other again and again and again, but we don't have to hurt each other anymore. You've done nothing but lecture me since the minute I got here. You act as though... Alright. I get it. There's no need for us to keep fighting. I'll leave with you. I just don't know how. Oh, yeah, they'll just,
You bring to your emotion pain and suffering. There is beauty in ugliness, and love in conflict.
She really twisted that leg. There can be love and conflict and beauty and ugliness between us without bringing the whole of reality into the picture. You've done... I've existed without you. Yeah, I don't need you. I'm independent.
Think of as independence merely an illusion. Without me, you can have no contrast. And without contrast, you have no shape.
So we're talking yin and yang here?
Your little bird takes a stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go? But the stakes meant nothing to you. You had a desire, and you set that desire free. You lifting me, and me lifting you. Forever and ever and ever. Consumed by true belief, there was nothing that could hold us back.
You can be living What are the woods then? What is the cabin? What is the time we've spent apart, if not me existing as myself?
Time you spent away from me is still time spent in reference to me. Even then, both of us are more than our bodies. Am I not in the trees? Am I not in the cabin? Am I not in you?
Oh my.
I kill you, you kill me. Back and forth we go. Faster, faster, faster. I kill you, you kill me. Hollow eyes watch from the dark corners of a forgotten place, flooded by emotions left unspoken. The tide rises. I kill you and me. An ending is a passion that can only be expressed with a moment in time. It is a seed for a new beginning. To linger on an ending is to rob it of its life. And without me, all that's left to do is linger.
I just addressed that vessel statement indirectly. Okay. I'm okay lingering. I don't want to linger. I deserved what you did to me.
There is no deserve, no punishment, no retribution. There's only action and reaction.
I think the justice system would disagree. As the clash between you abates, you begin to shake, your will rapidly dissolving. Oh no.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
It's easy to believe in the things you believe in when you get to sit above it all. What do you think happens if we leave here? I can't let that happen. I can't let everything die. I was told there was enough of you and me to preserve meaning in existence. I'm going to trust that's true, Slater Princess. I have to fight for a better world. I'm so sorry. You are cruelty itself and I cannot let you exist. I don't know what the answer is, but there has to be something else. It can't be this. I won't kill you, but I won't let you free. You've done everything you can to make me understand your perspective, but you keep dismissing mine. If you think you can change me, then I must be able to change you.
What I offer you is not perspective. It is truth.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Ah, let's go. Okay. Which hero are you?
All of them? I assume in the same way that you're all of you.
Good. Where's everyone else? How are you supposed to help? I thought voices weren't allowed here. I thought you died whenever I looked in the mirror.
After all the times you told me that mirror was going to kill me, I'm genuinely surprised you missed me. But we don't have to get into all that. I'm here now. That's what matters. She's too many things all at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get through all of that divine confidence. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
Let's go!
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready. Let's go. I can do this out here on my own. I'm ready. Oh.
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it?
And there's women outside.
Do you need me to describe things?
Like that for old time's sake.
Of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's a cabin, yeah? There isn't much here, just a table and a knife and a door. And some windows. There's no mirror, either. I think you broke it. And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade.
This is just you and me. Did anyone else
It's just
make
us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
it? Oh, I'm sure Smitten is really happy about that.
Yeah, it's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated.
Good riddance.
Yeah, he really put us through hell, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Alright, take the blade or don't take the blade. I'm gonna go with not
My blade
taking it.
is. I'm not sure what will...
Oh, we're gonna save this thought real quick. Turn. I should have saved before we did this, but it's fine.
The stairs. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice?
It's fine.
Have you figured out what you want to do yet, or are you going to keep trying to find a center that doesn't exist?
It sounded just like that. A little sharp, a little menacing. Only she didn't know us.
Continue down
And
the
down we go.
stairs.
We shouldn't keep her waiting.
And there you are. Hands empty. So you don't feel like recreating our first meeting detail for detail. I wonder what else will be different.
Well, you're not chained to the
Maybe
wall
there's
for
still room for us
starters.
to chat before the final curtain call. What do you say?
Okay. Sure. So good to finally see you again.
Right back at you. In a way, it hasn't been much time at all, but it feels like it's been forever since I've seen you. Thanks for coming back.
I'm sorry for all the times I've hurt you.
The first time we met, I cut your throat open. If anyone should be apologizing for anything, it should be me. You're only trying to help.
You know, when she puts it like that,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a part of her, I think. But she's seen so much more than we have. Like, she's seen everything, right? I don't think I could hold all of that without losing myself. I don't think you could either.
Which princess are you? You look like you did the first time we met. Is this the real you?
I'm the same princess that's been with you since the beginning. And I feel real. But I also feel like I'm a lot more than I was then. We've been through a lot together. I don't think there's anything more real than that.
So now that we're here at the end of everything, can you finally tell me your name?
I never had one. And do not call me the Shifting Mound. It's too much. But I've always been a princess to you, right? So why don't we stick with that? And as for you, well, hero works for me.
but that's me. You know, I think I like that.
All right, none of this was really fair for either of us, was it? What do you think of her, or what she wanted us to be?
I don't think she's the sort of thing you can really disagree with. It doesn't matter if she's right or wrong because she exists. She's this big, unrelenting force, and there's no arguing with her.
Yeah, I figured that out.
But I guess that was the question out there, wasn't it? And it was the question before you came down here, too. Should she get to exist? I'm glad you didn't bring that knife with you. And like I said earlier, I don't really want to be her. I think I just want to be me.
Yeah, I'm happy not to be everything. Just being us is plenty.
None of this was ever really fair for either of us. What was?
No, it really wasn't. but just because it hasn't been fair doesn't mean that it hasn't been worth it. I'm really glad I got to know you.
I don't think I want to be a god.
Doesn't matter what we call ourselves. It's just another label, and I don't think labels have ever helped us. All they do is cram us into boxes where we don't fit. Just like this cabin.
What if we just left?
Do you know where this cabin is? Because I don't. I don't even know what's supposed to be outside other than us. What would even happen if we leave? What would that even mean?
Good question. Figuring in years, I don't know, but I've always wanted to leave with you. I just didn't like being a god. I want to walk through that cabin door as we are, just you and me. Not knowing what it means is why I want it. We knew everything out there, but we don't know this. I want to know this. Doesn't matter what happens or what it means. What matters is that we're leaving together. That's all I want. Go through as we are.
I want that too.
Just
I'm gonna
us.
stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's for just the two of you.
Yeah,
Don't
thanks for
mention it.
everything.
Thanks for making all the hard choices along the way.
No, you're welcome. We made so many tough choices. You lead and the princess follows, and together you leave the basement behind for the last time. It's quiet as you ascend, a comfortable silence filling a space that used to be flooded with violence and words and noisy thoughts. Very noisy thoughts. Hey! The women are gone. But there is an energy in the silence, an electricity, the anticipation of the unknown. At the top of the stairs, the princess stalls, eyes fixed on the cabin door. You can see attention seize her. She is unsure of herself for the first time in her long and short existence. She has no part to play anymore, and she knows this, yet she still is. And then she crosses the room to the door outside. You follow her confident steps.
This is it. I have no idea what it's going to be like out there. Not that I'm scared or anything. It's exciting, really. Anything could happen. And if it's
True.
bad, then it won't be bad. Not with you.
Aww. Who's going to open... Are you ready? Neither of us knows what it's going to be like out there. Open the door. Mwah. For the smitten! We must do it for the smitten!
I love you too. But I'm trying not to be sappy about it. Don't make me get all emotional.
We made a tsundere. Ta-da! That was Slay the Princess. Thank you guys for joining me on this fun adventure. Like I've said a few times, I know this game has a ton of different routes and endings because it's a choose your own adventure. So we will probably be returning to it every now and then to see what routes we can get. It probably won't be a game that we hyper focus on like I've been doing with Dragon Age and Mass Effect. It'll kind of just be something I go to when I need a break from those games. But we'll definitely be returning to this one. Also, they are coming out... They did say they're coming out with a special edition of it in the fall. And with that special edition, it's going to be coming out on console as well. Thank you so much for playing. As an expression of our gratitude, here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide the UI by hitting... Oh, well, I am streaming this. I got so many screenshots. Oh, join our mailing list, join the subreddit. Play our other game. Return to main menu. So there we go. You guys have a good night. I was planning on doing a short stream, but then I just kind of got sucked into it and decided to play it out to the end. So I ended up being almost 5 hours. You guys have a good night. I will be back tomorrow night. We might be playing this. We might be doing Mass Effect. I just don't know at the moment. I just know today I was not really in the mood to continue Mass Effect. So I got this. So yeah, you guys have a good night. Bye!